What's going on, Conscious Crew? It's your favorite breakdown commentator. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. We are here to get into a follow-up conversation. Earlier, you guys know we got into some T.S. Madison, Craig the Mistress, Hope Giselle, and Angelica Ross. Angelica, girl. I'm fucking her name all the way up, girl. Angelica Ross conversation, along with some funky Dineva commentary, girl. There's some interesting conversations happening amongst LGBT folk. And of course, no conversation happens amongst LGBT folk that doesn't took on the wig of the dominant society. So we're going to be getting into some things. Of course, I have my wonderful co-host here. We will be dropping the link and allowing you guys to sound off, because if it's anything, girl, that brings out the hateration in the dominant society, baby, is humanizing the hell out of those LGBT folk, girl. LGBT folk good for an accessory and a kiki and twirling hair and coiling hair and, you know, putting bitches in high-end couture gowns to be rejected by Flavor Flav. But, baby, when it comes to humanizing the motherfuckers, baby, oh, man, do we get anti-queer real quick, real fast. Okay, so everybody who got something to say about what the hell gay, trans, and non-binary people should be and what place they need to stay in, honey, you're going to be allowed to come up here and stress my co-host out, because I ain't going to have nothing to do with your black ass. Okay, but my co-host is going to be here, baby. Okay, to, you know, bring you into the marvelous light. All right, I'm just going to be sitting back for the most part and facilitating the conversation. Before we get into the things, honey, go ahead and thumbs up the video. Please run that up. We need all of that. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary, because the king is in fact kanging. Also, make sure that you guys are definitely subscribing, and shout out to the 53.1K. Teamwork make the dream work. So shout out to the Conscious crew, girl, for always doing y'all part. I do my part. We work together over her, and we are an all-purpose platform. We gag, we roast, we do trendy news, we do spirituality, politics, everything under the damn sun. So there's something here for a little bit of everybody. Also, make sure that you have on your notifications and that they're turned to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be a YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you in fact lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, and we're certainly in color. And last but not least, please show all of your love by once again sharing. All right. And also all donation information, Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or PayPal.me are all listed in the description box below for those of you who want to support the channel monetarily. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me shout out to, I think I just got a donation, child. Band's making them dance. Thank you, baby mother. Those eyes. Thank you so much, baby, for the old nasty piece of child support check. Thank you for blessings. Thank you so much. That actually is making me feel better, you guys. I was just telling, matter of fact, let me just go ahead and introduce him, girl, if he needs any introduction. Hi, Bucks.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on, Conscious crew? What is up? I'm glad to be here. And this week got me feeling good. So we're going to have a good conversation. And yes, y'all going to stress me out, but that's okay. We family. So what's going on? What's going on?
You got chingy eyeballs and everything. So yeah, you lit.
Mm-hmm. Most
My God.
definitely. And
Well, I'm
look
glad.
at you.
Huh?
I said, look at you.
Isn't he lovely?
Yes, he is. Very much so.
Tell the folk where they can find you at, who you are, and of course, you guys, Buffs the Gods Cash App is sitting right there on the screen as
Thank
well,
you.
honey. So don't hesitate. Let the folk when they ready can find her. Let the folk know where they can find you at. Shout out to my baby mother Amari for the old dance piece of child support check for a little yang yang from Queen. Hey, baby mother.
Okay.
Thank you, baby mother.
Come
God
through.
bless y'all. But set up where they can find you at.
Yes, first of all, shout out to Ashley. I think it's Ashley Lawson in the comments saying I'm hot too. Shout out to you. If you are partaking of the herb tonight, I think y'all might need to partake of the herb tonight for this one. But if you are, please make sure you let me know in the comments. Are you lifted with me? But yes, my name is Bubs the God. You can definitely find me here on YouTube, Instagram. That's pretty much it right now. I'm still exploring other options, but yes, I am Bubs the God there. And like CTV said, if you want to bless CTV's number one hoe, you definitely can at $ Bubs the God. You know, his coin is good, but y'all coin it'd be nice too. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. But anyway, shout out to y'all, and I'm glad to be here.
I'm glad
Mhm.
you feeling lifted, and I'm glad you're actually here. You know, when we was
Yes.
backstage, I was just saying how like I feel weird, and you know why I realized why I feel weird is because I'm so over having these conversations at this point. Like these conversations don't do nothing for me. I do not like speaking to the dominant society about queer related things. I have accepted that the majority are never going to get it, even though they should, because even who we call the majority done been in shackles and chains and on the
Hello.
Mayflower ship, band
Mhm.
together, dying in each other's arms, experiencing chattel slavery. So you would think that, you know, an even more marginalized community would not have to contextualize nor conceptualize oppression or another oppressed group. But yet here it is, always having to have the dumbass conversation as oppressed people with another oppressed people. And then the weird part about it is when you're black, we're talking about our people, even as gay people.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's the multi-intersectional oppressive existence for me. And I'm so clear, Bubs. Shout out to my baby mother Ashley for the nasty piece of child support chat. Thank you, baby mother Ashley, baby. Okay, see, y'all bringing me to life, baby. Y'all know bands to make a bitch dance. Okay,
Okay.
I bring it right out of my sadness. But
Damn talk. Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know what I'm too. A part of me feels like too old for this conversation too, because I'm just at a point where it's like nothing that anybody says is going to change the truth that I walk in every day. Like, bitch, like I'm not really in here with y'all. Y'all in here with me, ho. Like
Right.
bitch, I'm pushing through. Always have, always will. I'll be going on 40 years of age in November. I've been here for 4 fucking decades.
Mm-hmm.
And I've earned the right to not give a single fuck about what any ball scout Negro has to fucking say or desire about what I am not even asking for at this point. As we can clearly see, bitch, I took it. I took it all. I took it, ho. I didn't ask, bitch. I took it. Okay? I ran up in your shit and got my shit.
Right.
Okay? That's what I walk around in. That's what I live my life. So now when I think about, girl, like having these gay ass conversations with a bunch of straight ass motherfucking people, like, and I'm just like, maybe I'll do it for the other CTVs and Bubs the Gods who are coming into this thing and who need the representation of it, you and I. They need a butch queen like Bubs to be up here, and then they just need a full-on queen like myself, girl. Okay, to know that they're all right in the world. So when I think about all the little CTVs, you know, because we grew up in the era, people think that like queer people have always been outside, but we're like outside and on their porch now. But that's like a rather new phenomenon. Like we didn't grow up with none of this shit. There was nobody to tell me and you that we were okay. There was no representation. There was no Boy George. There was no Lil Nas X. There was none of the shit. So I'm happy that this generation of folk coming in, they have a bundle. They have a multidimensional, multifaceted bundle of representation across the board, and that we're making headlines in that way. But for me personally, I am really over this shit. I do not see myself debating hotep niggas like I have in the past. I've really been there and done that, and I'm just not in the business anymore of having to really argue for my humanity when at the end of the day I've already made a decision to lay my life down for it anyway. Like, I'm just going to live my fucking life, and whoever gets in that way, bitch, pew pew pow pow, bitch. So
Boom, boom.
shout out once again to my baby mother Lauren for love your take in the first live. Thank you so much, baby. And I'm sure that this is the plight of how a lot of black women feel when it comes to black men. Like, black women just ain't got no more to really say, bitch. They're just divesting accordingly. They're just reclaiming their time. This is how a lot of minority people are just tired. They're just tired of the system. They're tired of arguing with this shit. And people are just kind of moving along, and who don't get it just don't motherfucking get it. But in the words of Dineva, girl, when you got it, get you some more. Bubs.
Yes.
We had to come here earlier because there was a lot going on amongst the LGBT community. It was in-house fighting this time, girl. Even though, anytime we beating up on each other, I'm always drag straight folk in it and get my licks on them hoes too. Because, that's just what I do. But we were having an in-house argument. So I know it was a lot that took place. There was a lot of moving parts. So I guess I want to just start by asking, get your reaction to some of the things that were going on. And I guess starting with Funky Dineva. Funky Dineva, speaking to the whole, conversation happening amongst LGBT spaces around removing the T from the acronym. And like I said in my earlier live, I've heard trans hoes like Blair, who is a white trans hoe, say that, she believes, and I do mean hoe, with all due respect. That, she wants a separation of church, state, and the punks from her existence, girl. She don't appreciate the non-binary bitches bleeding over into the trans identity because it's two separate things. She's like, girl, you can take off your non-binary. I can take off my trans. Fuck you hoes. Like, the trans thing needs to be its own fucking thing. Y'all muddying up the water for us. And then you have other people who feel another kind of way. What are your thoughts on whether the T should remain a part of the acronym since it's considered a identity more so than an orientation?
I'm okay, and I cape for it being a part of the community, and I kind of share some of the same sentiments as Funky Dineva, because like he said further on in his video, no shade, the majority is going to always see us as gay. They're going to label it and generalize it. They don't care about what is considered the different expressions of a community, but they're going to lump all that into one thing. And if they were to get rid of the TQI, who do you think they're going to go after next? You know what I mean? And you even said it earlier in the live as I was listening to it earlier, that, girl, there are some people in the community, girl, that just want to have their shit, girl. I don't want to deal with this trans shit, bitch. I want to get married. I want to be able to have children. I want to be able to have the legal protections, and that's it, and that's all. And that's cool if that's what the fuck you want to do. But again, like CTV said, bitch, that's not the only way to live life. So if I want to live my life out loud and proud, allow me to do that. As I said in the live, I think it was last night or the night before, we all have our own individual, unique fucking fingerprint. So that means that we all have a right to fucking be here. So if people are trying to control your narrative and they can't even verify the demonizing aspects of them, yes, fuck them, and no shade. Yes, cuss their ass out, because there are individuals like myself who are butch queens who do our due deal of fucking damage. And I think that if we're going to continue to have these fucking conversations in a way that is transformative, we're going to have to be honest, which is why I love the conscious crew here, because, baby, y'all be thinking, and I appreciate y'all loving on the cane the way y'all do. It makes me feel safe to be in this space to have these conversations, even though y'all going to be stressed out. Despite all that, we're going to work through the situation. So, again, when it comes to Funky Dineva, I agree with him. To all the people who are speaking ill against the trans community, the queer community, the intersex, and anything else, that you don't understand, I'm gonna need for you to get your shit together, because if they get rid of them, ain't nobody gonna be able to help your ass, because they want your ass out too, bitch. You just in the back of the line.
Whew. Yeah. Nice sentiments. Okay. He also spoke about like being an old school gay, and he does feel like some of the new school girls are doing like the most. We've heard kind of some of those criticisms. I know that my boo Flamin' Roll, shout out to Flamin' Roll, she also kind of feels the same way. Like, girl, y'all be like the new generation of P Valley gays, girl. Y'all coming up with all, girl, y'all done turned this shit into trigonometry, baby. Y'all got all this new verbiage and language. What do you think about all this new so-called new verbiage and new language and the pushback from dominant society? That is too much. It's too much to learn. Y'all confusing it up. It's too much going on.
It's
What do
very
y'all
funny that the individuals who have the majority of everything say it's too much just to learn something else. Y'all got everything. Y'all can't learn something the fuck
hold
else.
on. Can you rewind that back 15 seconds? You had said what now? The
I
people who
said, y'all, the majority owns almost everything. We grow up in your world. We understand your world, but yet it's too much for them to understand us. And I think that's where you have individuals like Hope, Giselle, and Funky, and other individuals like myself who do kind of get upset with the conversation, because it's like there is not a fair dynamic here.
Mm.
But then if we're not going to be fair with the dynamic in reference to it being a beautiful way, and then we start to stand up for ourselves, now all of a sudden it's a problem and it's an issue. No, no. It is not that hard to literally learn someone else's experience in reference to basically respecting them. For example, I remember I was listening to a panel discussion with Hope Giselle, and T.S. Madison was there as well. And she gave the analogy about, like, if I were to go over a friend's house or something and I were to see a dog and I said, "Oh, what is his name?" and they said, "Oh, it's a she," they would automatically be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, what is her name?" So y'all would give more grace and recognition to a damn dog than y'all would to a actual human being. So it's just very interesting to me. So I mean, I don't think it would hurt for y'all to learn something, because maybe if people were to learn something, we wouldn't be having these continuous conversations that make CTV want to shut the hell up, sit back and look cute. So
That's all I feel like my job is to just wake up cute. Like that's my only
flawless.
responsibility, baby. Yes, God.
I'm
Yes, and
sorry.
this is we're talking about this, especially when it comes to black people. It's like, girl, we use the N-word for God's sake, but y'all can't call trans folk by their respective pronouns. Y'all can't call non-binary folk by their respective pronouns, and yet y'all don't call no other black person hardly, even by their government name to begin with, bitch. I mean,
That's
hell,
Pookie. That's Mook Mook. That's Ray Ray. That's Lil
and
Man.
even
That's
Brandon here
Fat
goes by
Fat.
fucking
I
Bubs.
go by Bubs.
The fuck? Like, bitch, y'all know every YouTuber's moniker, but y'all can't utilize the proper pronouns to refer to someone that you may have to directly interact with. Like, give it up. But continue on, unless you were complete on that.
Oh no, I was complete. I was complete on that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about trans hoes like Blair.
I
Do
don't
you
know who
feel
Blair
like
is.
those? I know, like, you are a same gender loving bottom, but do you?
Oh, the devil is a liar.
Do you feel?
Bitch, don't do that. Don't
Do
put
you
that energy
feel?
in the atmosphere. Don't do that. These niggas out here trying to turn tops into bottoms. No, no.
And will, because there is a deficit according to some in the community.
Well, God bless them. I'm gonna find my one, and that's gonna be it. I'm out. Peace.
Told y'all, baby, that unconditional love shit go out the window quick, bitch. When it comes to them gender positions in bed,
Girl, God love y'all unconditionally, and that's all that matters.
real binary under the sheets. Very much so. Classic patriarchy, girl, comes to life,
Classic
girl, in the
patriarchy. No, it
bedroom.
ain't. No, it
Girl,
ain't. No, it ain't. No, it
right?
ain't.
I told y'all, girl,
Mm.
that unconditional shit will be standing up, baby. It's just feel good shit. Feel good shit to say. But Blair, she spoke about what do you feel like girls like Blair set trans women back when but no, we're not even gonna go there. Anyway, Angelica Ross also
Yes.
entered the group chat because apparently Craig made some statements about non-binary folk. Now, I've been trying to find these damn statements all day. I done listened to 3 gag talk shows, bitch, since this morning, girl. Okay, so TS Madison platform done claimed 10 hours out of my life today, bitch, because every gag talk show is 5 and 4 damn hours, girl. Okay, so I've been scourging through, baby.
Okay.
Like a baby mama looking for her baby daddy in the daylight with a flashlight, and I did not find these non-binary comments.
Yeah.
However, Craig said he didn't say.
Can't find it. Go ahead.
Craig said he didn't say the shit that Angelica claimed he said. Craig just said he said that he gonna call non-binary folk by their name. You know what's so interesting about that?
What?
One of my good trans sisters, Sasha, she told me last year or year before the last, she said, CTV, I think you're non-binary. I was like, oh my God. Like, I felt like I had been touched by an angel. I never even thought about what?
There's some nigga shit going on. I hate when I'm doing lives and niggas just drive up with their shit booming and blasting. What the fuck?
Well, you probably need to be ducking because you in Detroit. So, you know, straight bullets usually are associated with loud music.
Well, girl, I'm a leprechaun, so I'm already short. So in some areas, I'm good and I'm covered. I'm still alive.
You're already below sea level. Got it.
Amen. Yes. Thank you.
Do you think that I'm non-binary? I never really thought about that. Non-binary. Do y'all think I'm non-binary? Y'all, would y'all say I'm a non-binary hoe? Am I non-binary?
At this damn point, bitch, yes.
Why?
You have evolved. You're rising phoenix, girl. You done burn all the shit off. Now you just androgynous energy, girl. You just whatever happens. Yes. People saying yes.
I just thought I was gay. I never really.
Brittany said yes.
Scorpion
said yes. Kim said yes.
Scorpion says no.
I can see
Mistress says androgynous. The database says I can see it in your presentation. Whitney says you are definitely non. One Love be living her best life, girl. Pussy out in the summertime, girl. Just be scourging the earth, girl. Okay, twirling through the continents, baby. Living her best
somebody
life.
said that they willing to help your ass practice to find out, bitch. Okay.
Harold, what's going on? Harold says you definitely get multi-spiritual. Okay, see, I like that type of language. I don't like that basic ass whips or shit that white people created. Fucking non-binary. But I'll take it. Non-binary, gender fluid, whatever. Okay, got it. But to Angelica's point, I don't know about you, but I did admit that I have seen the tension in the LGBT community from gay men and gay women toward trans women. I've seen lesbians like be very anti-trans in their rhetorics, and I've seen, you know, super sane loving men be very anti-trans in their sentiment. Have you seen that so far in your own experience, and what do you think about that and where that comes from?
Hell yeah, unfortunately I have seen a lot of that. Even in some of the gay web reality world spaces, I've listened to certain panel discussions, and I've heard people who are queer say the most ignorant shit about trans people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's very prevalent. And again, the erasure of the TQI. Yes, I've unfortunately heard it. And I try my best to address it when I can to try to educate, because again, I'm trying to be my sister's keeper in reference to, you know, the community and learning more about it. But yeah, I have. And no shade, we need to be cussing these motherfuckers out too, because it's like y'all don't understand the damage that y'all do. Now I get it. We're not a monolith. So there are queer people who are going to believe ignorant shit too. I mean, there are literally people who go to church who are against the gay community, as if though God ain't looking at you when you getting your shit licked on and munched on, slobbed on and bobbed on and all that type of shit. Okay. So it's, to your point, this shit is very, very draining. It's very draining when you look at it in that perspective. Like, come on, y'all. We have to do better. We have to do better. That's why I say we have to be vulnerable about these things. And look at where we are now in this world today, because motherfuckers don't want to be vulnerable, don't want to be accountable. Now we all going to hell. Everybody, motherfucking one number, everybody phone rang. Joe Jackson finna whoop everybody ass. Okay? About to fuck all us up. Go to bed, Joseph. Go to bed.
Do you see
I don't want you. Just go.
Do you see how creative the Conscious crew is? They invented me and customized a term, Androgyny.
Androgenary. That is good. I like that.
I love that.
See, this is what happens when you create new words that make sense and not on that Andrew Caldwell shit where you just make words and it'd be like, girl, what?
But to Fuzzy's point, Fuzzy said, Fuzzy comment said, Fuzzy said he's not fluid if he only attracted to men. He's a gay man with great hair. So remember, I've been sharing over the last 2 years that I have also flowed in the fluids of pussy. But I do not identify as bisexual. You know, I've shared my bisexual journey over on Storm and Rose platform. I, you know, did those story times where me and my man, you know, had a threesome with a good sis, and you know, we bust that thing down, baby, and it was. I mean, it was all type of Old Testament sex going on, baby, in that threesome. And it happened
from grandma's well.
It's happened 2 other times now with the same woman, but I do not consider myself bisexual. Am I bisexual, Bubs?
Girl, you asking me like I know.
I mean, you the one here teaching, bitch. You supposed to know.
I don't know about your own shit.
I just told you.
Girl, you are fluid. You are fluid. You are fluid. I think it's better to say you're just a fluid individual. You're just fluid. You just give yourself. I don't think you fit any sort of rigid define. You say you don't even like that shit.
I said what?
You say you don't even like following that type of shit. It's too boring. It's too basic. So yes, I would just say that you're fluid.
I don't mind the language because it is there for reference purposes. But
Yeah,
you know,
but-
I
but it
don't
don't do
use
you
I don't
justice.
really use labels per se. But you know, what I mean, I understand the purpose of them.
I mean, if it's in a way to be able to help people get a basic
it
understanding
just
of what's
helps
going
guide
on, then
the problem.
yeah. But you know,
Have you ever been in pussy?
no, I have not. Mm-mm.
You know, I think me and you have had this conversation because you are a top. So I've asked you, I said, well, you know, since you are the dominating one, what's the difference between like dominating like a woman, especially since you also are attracted to very feminine men? So what is it about a woman that's like, oh, my dick, that I won't do nothing, but like a submissive bottom feminine person, feminine male per se would? Because I feel like that's all. I know it's not the same, but because it's a whole different body when it comes to males than it is females. I do get it, but I also feel like, oh, there's such a thin line. Like you right there at the threshold of heterosexuality.
Yeah, but I'm cool at the line. I don't want to step over the line. I'm good. I'm good living on the outskirts of the line. So.
And then there was that one bitch that you got addicted to who broke up our friendship that was pushing through and bustiers and waist trainers and gender bending and turning you ever which way but goddamn loose, and you had to lost your mind.
And this is the same one girl who called me and told me that they didn't want to be my friend anymore, girl, and told me, girl, something different the first time.
That's after
we gonna do that. We gonna talk about the real thing.
That's after he had told me that a bitch he only known for 3 weeks. He was going to be having to put our friendship on a schedule now all of a sudden to accommodate a 3-week brand new bitch who came in gender bending thinking that
this is coming from a girl where I spent the majority of my time with, to where, girl, they thought that I was yo nigga, girl. So we spent all this time, girl, waking up on the phone, girl, getting ready for work on the phone, girl, break on the phone, girl, ride home on the phone, girl, playing the game on the phone, girl. I'm trying to bust a nut, girl, and when I get ready to bust a nut, your phone call pop up, girl. So I bust a nut while you was calling me on the phone. All that, girl. So when I said it's gonna take a little bit of time just to kind of balance some things out, girl, you went straight kamikaze, girl, and said, girl, fuck it. I'm gonna save myself, bitch. Fuck you and everything about you. Bye.
The fact that you didn't tell that hoe that you wouldn't even be here today if it wasn't for this hoe here, that you would have been in the astral plane with the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter. That there wouldn't even be you to get to know for 3 weeks and to be rolling around in the sack with if it wasn't for this bitch here. And this bitch had to end up on the schedule. Okay. We'll do another stream for that.
Yeah, some of that shit from the damn shit on the title done fell out into this damn live. Lord.
So, Angelica, And
Yes.
the butch queen versus trans women dynamic, what do you think that comes from? And like, what do you take away when you like see gay men act just as bigoted and just as ignorant toward trans women as hell straight men are sometimes?
Because again, I think for a lot of gay men, and I think a lot of them will not admit this, but because of this patriarchal system, anyone that subscribes more to the feminine energy or expression is put or pit against each other in a competitive type of way. I have heard stories from trans women who have literally said that, they've been in stores or whatever, and there'll be other gay boys there, and they'll look and they'll be like, oh, that's a so and so, and that's a whoop de whoop or whatever. And the reason why they do that is because the trans woman could pull the man that don't want them. Do you get what I'm saying? So sometimes it's out of a place of jealousy is why
Mhm.
they do it. Again, you have some people that have a lot of self-loathing in reference to their sexuality. You know what I mean? Trying to break someone else the fuck down and make themselves feel better. It's broken people hurt people hurting other people.
People.
So for the individuals that do that, it's really dumb. It's really stupid, and it's really fighting against your own interest, because again, the majority unfortunately labels us all as one. It's just y'all do a lot of different gay shit, and at the end of the day, it's considered gay, even though, to your point, gender and sexuality is two entirely different things.
If I was your girl, all the things I do to you, I'd
Don't
make
go.
it call out my name. I'd like Snoopy Boots to if I was your. Bubs, could you scoot your camera over a little bit to the right so you can come perfectly in frame? It's bothering my ADHD.
Girl, I wonder why you put this shit up anyway instead of the full other side, girl. But I guess
Let me
you
see
want to
how
be
it
seen in
looks.
all your glory.
Well, I wanted to bless the crew with,
Correct.
the mug, honey. I got to show them what plant-based living is giving me, honey. It's got me glowing from the inside out. I'm
Correct.
shining like the tabernacle. I'm shining
Yes.
like the covenant of the ark, honey. Okay, that's
Green hole.
all those
Amen.
goddamn boring ass carrots and cabbage that's
Hmm.
alive and well,
Yes.
rejuvenating my
We
cells.
see it.
Yeah.
Mm, mm,
So
mm.
you think that butch queens are just being hating ass hoes when it comes to trans stuff?
A lot of them are. So I can do it this way. Hold on.
You think that is pick Misha energy? Like what Funky said, girl, that some of the girls, because
Yes.
they know that they exist at a higher part of the food chain, that
Yes.
they be trying to go out of their way to like they got to find somebody to oppress in order to have a sense of empowerment and normality themselves. So they other the trans girls to feel normal about being a butch bitch.
Yeah, and being close to the proximity of whiteness and power. I'm closer to them, like you said in the live earlier. I'm not those individuals over there. I'm different. And at the end of the day, they don't see you as different. But I think you even brought it up in reference to when you spoke about Craig, which you will get to, as far as there are some people who will take those words, even though maybe Craig's intent is not really meant to be destructive, even though he is human and has an ego as well. There are a bunch of other basic ass, fear based, induced ass bitches out there that would take your shit and transmute your shit and turn it into something else that it did not mean. I mean, look at organized religion. So it's bleeding down,
Yeah.
okay, and it's hitting all of us. So, and to your point again, we can talk about this all the time, and a lot of us will. It's a shame we get back to the same point. There has to be something different, which is why I think we need to have more in-house conversations. Fuck everybody outside the house, because at this point they don't give a fuck. If they do want to, help be an ally or what I would call an accomplice in this bitch, especially during these times, girl, you will come on in the room. You will come on into the room, not stand outside wanting us to talk to you like you damn Jehovah Witnesses. Are you ready for Jehovah's return? Because if you ain't,
Do you know that you're making some of the conscious crew members, particularly some of the moderators, coochie hoes real wet? They're finding your voice to be filled with so much manliness and so much
thank you,
testosterone and
thank you,
so much
and I will continue to do
energy.
that, even though it's a shame. It's a shame because it's like I'm making y'all wet, but I can't do nothing with it though. Maybe if I pop and extends or
But
something,
maybe that'll be
or Viagra and get
maybe that
drunk,
could
then
be a
maybe I
part of the
can.
next spiritual evolution. Is that we can help to deepen your consciousness to the point that you
Girl,
might
CTV trying to add me to his harem of hoes.
look. Do you know Reckless? Reckless allowed me to put on Cerebro, and he allowed Xavier to get inside of his Jean Grey, get into his mind, because he came into my life initially only being attracted to like the toxic niggas that have put him in a grave, you know, like the DL and the super masculine and all of that kind of shit. And he let me into his mind, and I started moving shit around, and I started helping him to peel back the layers to see the the humanity and the masculinity in all of men, including feminine men. Do you know that this bitch done start fucking down on feminine niggas and feminine tops and versatiles and all type of things? He always comes on here and talks about how I turned his brain inside out, and now he has a whole nother sector of men to choose from and choose in terms of the dating pool, because his attraction isn't just restricted to niggas who are already married to other women. Okay.
Right.
So,
right.
Get up. I make dreams come true. We're going to do the same thing for you. We're going to turn you out.
So, I mean, I don't know. I like, can't go back to the conversation, but you know how we do over here.
Yes.
No shade. I would not be against, I guess, trying someone who is more on the masculine side, because I really have not been attracted to masculine energy or masculine presenting men. But I mean, I'm not against it. You know what I'm saying? It'd be nice to kind of see, you know, nigga be like watching, you know, Sports Center or some shit, you know, getting his ass ate or something. You know, that'd be kind of nice.
Oh.
That'd be kind of nice.
Okay, well, we'll get into the freaky talk in the after dark portions, okay?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You was over here just saying all this freaky
shit. Well, no. We'll break that news when it's more formality. But you guys, there's going to be OF. There's going to be OF coming. There's going to be OF content coming. That's all we're going to say. So yeah, just figure out what y'all think that means. But there's definitely OF content.
And it's not going to be what y'all really think. It's going to be stuff.
Don't give them nothing.
I ain't gonna get them nothing. I'm just saying what y'all think it's gonna be. That ain't gonna be it.
No, you don't know what they think it's gonna be. Let them think whatever they think it's gonna be. Okay, but OF content.
Record this.
It's coming. All right.
Record this
now. Back to Angelica. I don't want to call her Angelica Ross. So okay, moving on from that.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Anybody in the chat? Does anybody in the chat have Hope Giselle's original live stream? If you saw Hope Giselle's original live stream, what did Hope Giselle say? Because when I reported on it this morning, you know, the live stream had came and gone, and it wasn't on Hope Giselle's page anymore. So if there's anybody who saw Hope's original, no, like we mean OnlyFans. There's OnlyFans content coming. There's OnlyFans coming, but that's all we want to say. If you saw her live stream, what exactly did she say? Because I'm curious to know, what was it given? What's going on, Alex? Let me see. Did she pull it down? Yes. Apparently, Hope Giselle only does like posts and deletes, especially like, you know, when she's just shooting the shits. So this wasn't something that she initially kept up. Shout out to my baby father Deshaun for the old nasty piece of child support check. Thank you, baby father. Thank you. Okay, so I know you love Hope Giselle. I love Hope Giselle too.
Yes.
There's a conversation happening right now based upon the things that took place about how both Angelica and Hope could have caught Maddie, because people felt like there were strays being thrown back and forth, and it was just a little bit too shady. It was a little bit too unfriendly, and people are now feeling like Hope and Angelica are haters. What do you have to say to that conversation? Do you think Hope and Angelica should have charge it to the game? Angelica, do you think that they should have picked up the phone first instead of just, I guess, expressing whatever the fuck they expressed via social media? Because I also did not see all of Miss Ross's commentary. I only saw the clip that she posted to her Instagram page. So I don't know, you know, what all the shady remarks were, but what do you think about that?
Yes, and I even say to CTV's point, speak ignorantly here, but yes, I do think it would be wise, or would have been wise for them to like communicate first. behind the scenes. Again, if y'all got everybody number, and everybody says it all the time, oh, we can do this behind the scenes, but it's like when the opportunity comes for that to happen, a lot of times we don't because our ego get in the way. Especially if somebody starts throwing some sort of strays or whatever. Especially with how social media is. Once you motherfuckers start saying shit about you, there is this collective egoic response for you to say something back even greater. So there's a lot of struggle there. But no shade as far as Angelica and Hope Giselle's plight. I have to agree. I feel like they have a right to be upset and be angry because no shade, and I think we don't really want to talk about this either. Both Angelica and Hope Giselle, they are both black trans women, but they're dark skinned black trans women. So it's funny that when they speak their piece, there's this attack against them. And I remember there was one live where I know there was I don't remember in particular what it was, but it was something in the realm of the whole trans experience situation. And they were calling different people up. And Hope Giselle came up there and said something that was kind of, I guess, more generalizing and included Craig into that. And Craig just went off. But hold on, wait a minute. Now what we ain't gonna do is include me. You projected on me or whatever. And I had to sit there and watch Hope literally just sit and eat it. And eat it and eat it. And it's kind of like the experiences that she has dealt with, the actual activism work that she does as well, because as we know, there's different forms of activism. But she's more boots on the ground. So being in those environments, having those conversations, really doing the work, she had to really sit back and eat it. But let's also give Hope her roses too, because at the end of the day, even though she might have her moments where she's human, she has come a very long way because she's also had to be able to learn how to grow in decorum as well, and to be able to explain herself and upgrade her vernacular to be able to fit in certain spaces. So to CTV's point earlier, yeah, sometimes you just can't go in there motherfucking ape king shit and just fucking shit up, even though I feel like that's something we should do at this damn point. But there's sentiments I agree with. Like, if you dealing with this shit, you have every right to be upset and to be angry. And then for these individuals to call them angry, but then get mad when they say, oh, you're the angry black man and you're the angry black woman. It's the exact same thing. It's just that now she is the angry black trans woman. These people are still speaking from a very valid place, and I believe their voices should be heard as well, especially if you do come from a level of privilege. No shade.
No, Kim, she's not that trans woman who's in business with the starter house. No, that's another trans woman. Kimani Wade says she was just addressing Funky and Craig and the whole take the T out of the LGBT. I don't remember her saying anything about Maddie. She was being shady, but Maddie said that shots were thrown. So
thank you, Kimani.
I don't know. The database says I feel like people dog pile on T.S. Madison because she's from around the way and not speaking an academic language. Damn. I was gonna ask you something. It totally blew my head. I don't even know what cuss it was.
I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. Woo, Lord.
Okay, moving into T.S. Madison and Craig's response. What are your thoughts about Craig? Do you feel like Craig, because Craig kind of like he's got like half and half of like the people who like him and equally kind of people who don't like him. What are your sentiments around Craig from what you've seen and taken away?
Me personally, I don't know Craig personally to like make any sort of like real judgment on him because I don't know him, but I do appreciate when he does come through and break things down because again, I do love the educated aspect of it. But I think even you said it, and a few of other people that I know in my personal circle who do watch this show have said this as well. And just please, Craig, if you are listening to this, please just let's just work through it, okay? It is true. There is a level, an air about you that can be seen as, I'm trying to find the right word for it, but what word did you call him?
A bitch, a hoe, a
mistress. No, we ain't talking about those words. I'm talking about the words as far as being dealing with a higher echelon type of mentality, very just elitist, bourgeois, elitist. There you go. It's very much elitist. So it's kind of like when you kind of speak from that place, you automatically disengage with people because it's supposed to be about the entertainment and the education. But again, no shade. You have to be fair here. Craig is a human being. And especially since a lot of gay men had to heal and are still healing, there are still things that trigger us to where we feel like we have to also stand up for ourselves. The problem is that we just don't know how to properly communicate with each other. We just think that arguing and yelling and throwing shade is going to solve the problem. And my thing is, if this is such a bigger issue now and y'all already spoke on it, why not actually have a panel discussion conversation amongst the four of y'all and really talk this out so that we can get to the root of this? Because if we do not, guess who's going to take this narrative and make it more messier than what it is to validate their ignorant ass points? Can you guess who that is, CTV?
Who?
The dominant society. This bitch is too busy looking at her damn self.
I am. And then halfway looking at the chat. It'd be a lot of moving parts in life. Okay, so Miss Jig says she just said, okay, so let me check this out. I also want to say to that point, I did go and look at Hope Giselle's stories after, everything transpired. I'm assuming this probably was directed toward Craig and Funky Dineva. She posted to her stories like a few hours after, Maddie them had went live this here. This is Hope.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And then this is a transphobic gay, and the transphobic gay is now off the goddamn cliff from out of the wheelchair, girl. Okay. Wow. All right. So Hope speaks. Okay. I'm going to also see
subtly.
Did you send it to my email, Jig, or did you send it to my DMs, love? Because I don't see anything in my DMs.
And please make sure y'all hit that like button for the Kang, please.
Ruth, let me see.
Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Hold on. Where is Jig's at? Did Jig answer back yet?
I do not see it.
Let me see. CTV, not Craig. No idea who Craig is, child.
Oh, Miss Jig said your Instagram.
Okay. What's your name on Insta? Because I don't see anything on Insta. I don't see anything in my Insta, boo. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see it. Thank you, love. I see it. Let me see.
So for those of y'all that are partaking of the herb, how you feeling right now? You feeling good?
I found it. So
ladies, how y'all feel? Niggas, y'all all right?
Show ass up.
I'm getting tired of your shit.
Okay, so this was a post. I thought it was alive because, okay, maybe it wasn't alive. But here is what I was just sent. Mm-hmm. And this is Miss Hope Jazelle. All right, so Hope captioned her video, "The tea is not optional. Trans people, especially Black and brown trans folk, are the very foundation of the queer movement. So when I hear folks in the LGBT space acting like they be better off without us, I have to ask, better off for who? We're the weirdos, the boundary pushers, the one who always done too much. And that's exactly why we're necessary. If you think the community can grow by cutting off its roots, don't be shocked when the whole thing withers. Either respect the folks who built this shit or admit you're just here for the aesthetics. You better talk your shit, bitch." Let's play Miss Giselle.
Hey everybody, it is I, Hope Giselle, and I'm coming at y'all today to talk through something that should not even be a topic of discussion, but for whatever reason it is, and y'all have been in my inbox, begging me to do things, and so I'm coming to give y'all what y'all asked for. So first and foremost, I've been seeing the discord around this ideation of letting the tea go. I've seen the videos in question. I've heard about the people in question that are having these conversations. And first and foremost, I want to just blatantly and bluntly say, without because y'all know me, I will name a name when I need to name a name. But to any butch queen, to any lesbian, to any other person, cisgender, whomever, that does not see it for the dolls, that don't see it for the people that don't believe that we are a good representation of the LGBTQIA plus community, fuck you. Right? Fuck you and sit on 12 sandpaper dildos and spin around real fast. Please, empty yourself out. Get yourself loose, because maybe that's the problem with some of y'all motherfuckers. The thing that I think that is really interesting about this particular topic as it pertains to people talking about removing the T from the LGBT is that a lot of y'all don't understand or realize that the LGB don't exist without the T. And that all of the liberation that a lot of you all are being able to benefit from and, you know, feel happy about and go around these worlds screaming and yelling and married and all of this other bullshit, it would not exist, right? It would not exist without the hard work of transgender people, whether that be transgender women, transgender men, non-binary folks of the early 50s, 60s, and 70s. Without those folks, without the early drag queens turned trans women of the Paris is Burning era, you all would not be able to have some of the freedoms that y'all have. And so the ideation that some of y'all can sit on some of these motherfucking platforms, some of whom sit in these hard, crusty, dusty ass wigs with Nicki Minaj Pink Friday lipstick on and no liner to blend that shit together. And you see and you get it, because some of the trans people and some of the new age trans folks are doing too much by asking for basic self-respect and decency is wild beyond fucking belief. Because at the end of the day, the same way that some of y'all are talking about how it's gone too far and the pronouns just did a little bit too much for y'all, imagine what would happen if when y'all started asking people to stop referring to y'all as faggots, they said, that's just too far. I should be able to disrespect you to your face. And before we start talking about the idea that pronouns are a little bit different than slurs, to some people, being misgendered is a slur, because in a lot of cases, people use it to slur or make somebody feel bad or make somebody feel like they're not presenting themselves in a way that makes them feel most affirmed. You're not affirming somebody's delusion by being respectful. You're not affirming somebody's delusion by being respectful, because there's a lot of fat niggas walking around different hoods all over America whose nickname is Slim. Now, if that's not a delusion that we affirm every motherfucking day as Black people in the hood, some of us, I don't know what the fuck is. There's a lot of y'all that are still walking around calling grown men baby, when that was a childhood nickname that he got on the Little League baseball team and should have dropped by the time he turned 16. But we're not going to talk about those things, because at the end of the day, Bebe decided that Bebe was going to be something that worked for him. And to this day, at the ripe age of 47, there is a grown man walking around somebody's project complex that everybody knows as Bebe. But y'all have an issue saying she to a trans woman, or he to a trans man, or they to a non-binary person. Now, Funky Dineva.
Oh, put an address on it.
I tried to be of service and help when you needed me, and I realized that there was nothing that I was going to be able to do to help out with this situation, because there was no amount of you that truly wanted to change. You just wanted to be able to have the right words to use when you got in trouble and needed to be able to continue to secure your bag. And I recognized that. And once I recognized that, I pulled away, I blocked you, I said, fuck you, I try not to see you. And that's just what it is. But this video has gone viral, and thus it's ended up on my timeline. And because I am who I am, the same way that you used to come to me, other people are coming to me in reference to address this. Not necessarily you, but since you're the man of the hour, or one of the men of the hour, one of the butch queens of the hour, let's discuss. Now, one of the things that Funky Dineva will say is that I'm an old school gay, right? These things that y'all new kids are doing are a bit much, and I don't understand it. And I really think that y'all fucked us over when y'all started talking about these pronouns. Let me be very clear to you. As an old school faggot, because let's be clear, that's we both from Miami, so we know, right? We know how we talk. So let me talk to you how I would talk to you if we was on the block over there off of 79, or if we was sitting at Bayside having a drink over at Fat Tuesdays. Let me talk to you like that, okay? As an old school punk, as an old school faggot,
I just hate when they use this word. It just, I'm never going to be able to get into the F word, like, ever. I don't give a fuck who says it. I don't care how many times it's said. I don't give a damn if there are, like, a minority group of people within the community that use it. I am just never going to get into the F word. And it don't even sound attractive. Like, the F word literally sounds ugly. Like, it don't even have an ambiance. It don't even, like, when I say bitch, like, bitch is just powerful like that.
Yeah.
Itch.
And there's
Like,
multiple ways to say it too.
Like, that word is just so, it's just even aesthetically, like, audibly, just not attractive. Like, I can't even do nothing. I don't even know if I use words that even rhyme with ag. Because the ags are just so, like, but it's just never going to be a thing. It's just the F word for me is just never going to be a thing. It's never going to be a thing. It's just never going to be.
I only use that word if, like, I'm
having nigga. Like, nigga even has a, like, I can feel the power on everything. I can feel the power on nigga. I can feel the power on bitch. I can feel the power on fuck. I can feel the power on motherfuck. I can feel the power on everything else. When it comes to the ag, it's just such a, I feel like I'm looking at a black and white TV screen when that word just shows up in my consciousness. Like one of those old school non-verbal black and white movies that's just like all visual but no sound. It just sounds so flat. And I don't know, it just doesn't appeal to the artistic region of my brain just don't region. But you was finna say what it
was gonna say. I mean, I only use that word if I am, like, having conversations where we talking on these people's level, like kind of like what she was saying. Okay, well, since we gonna have this type of conversation, then let's really have the conversation. So, for me, for example, when I've been on some of these red pill spaces, who are very queerphobic, and when a nigga start kind of speaking with a little bit of bravado in his motherfucking chest, despite him being a homosexual. Now all of a sudden there's all this anger and all this bullshit here and stuff like that. And it's kind of like, okay, well, if you want to call me those names, you can call me those names. But just like how I'm going to be F for that word, you're going to be F for having a fupa. You're going to be F for actually being a cisgendered man whose titties is bigger than a female's. You still going to have swollen knees. You still going to have all type of gout and all type of hog mauled chitlin bag arm swinging shit going on. You get what I'm saying? So if we're gonna play that game, let's play that game. So, but I really don't have no problem with Hope Giselle, especially with this delivery now that I'm seeing what's going on, because to her point, and I'm glad I saw this because it kind of makes a little bit more sense to me. With Funky Dineva, what she is saying is that he is just learning the vocabulary so that he can be safe enough in these spaces to be able to protect himself. But at the same time, when it comes down to actual gay shit that involves him, he has no problem speaking out. So if it was just that same level of awareness for the trans community, I think that would probably be very much appreciated. But I mean, this is what happens when people start to become again performative. They're not being genuine or authentic about it. You know what I mean? And again, it's simple to respect somebody. But if you got to lie or pretend just to keep your bag as over being nice to somebody, that's kind of crazy to me. But hey, maybe that's why he where he is and I'm where I'm at, right?
And I
guess. So, but that don't mean I can't get there. Go ahead.
You know, as well as I motherfucking know, that a bitch don't need an excuse to disrespect you. A bitch don't need an excuse not to like punks. A bitch don't need an excuse not to like sissies, faggots, trannies, dykes, bulldaggers, whatever you want to call it. A bitch don't need an excuse to feel some type of way to disrespect you. Follow me? So when y'all sit back and y'all try to justify the behavior that is coming from people who didn't like you already by saying that trans people are the problem, I know that you are being woefully obtuse and also interacting with your own transmissia, right? Because I know for a fact that you ain't afraid of trans.
They going in. Oh God. Okay, so we got to get into the comment section too, y'all, because apparently
my God,
people going in. No,
reporting live.
Down.
Reporting live.
It's really going down. No.
We're reporting live.
I do believe is that you have a jealousy, a disdain, and a dislike for trans people, and especially trans people who are able to move and shake and move in circles that you cannot move in, and especially trans people who do not fit the stereotype by which you don't want them to fit into, which are educated trans people. And the reason why you don't like educated trans people specifically is because you are a very educated man. You are a person that likes to be the smartest person in the room, like the next Butch queen I'm going to get ready to talk about.
Ooh.
But I find that amongst you smart Butch queens, there is a level of
Jig. It might not. Is it still here? Because I'm scrolling through, but I don't see. Okay. Girl. It was Craig Luther King in the
Miss Jigs, bring it up.
Okay, so we're gonna get into that after whole rounds all these Butch queens up.
Disdain for people who are also more marginalized than you. They have the same level of intellect than you. And
girl. They was definitely going in. Oh my God, Jesus.
That those people do too much when asking for the respect that their intellect has garnered them to be able to say, hey, I deserve. Y'all like the idea of ghetto banji fish trans girls, and this is no shade to all of those types of girls. The world needs everybody. The world needs the hoes, the world needs the slow, the world needs the stupid, the world needs the ratchet, the world needs the sexy reds, just like the world needs the Michelle Obamas. And so at the end of the day, all of the girls are valid, necessary, and need to be here. But there's a group of you motherfuckers that can't stand when the girls don't fall into the stereotype. Because then, just like the trade, y'all understand that we recognize our worth. Y'all understand that we recognize that when y'all are saying tranny, y'all are not saying tranny the way that the girls say tranny to each other. Y'all understand that we recognize all of the undertones that y'all use in ways that some of our banji sisters don't, because they banji. And they think that you're just being banji in return. But what you know, as well as I know, is that it has nothing to do with meeting and matching the banji energy. It's about being able to read a bitch to her face and know that she's not educated enough to see that it was a read. And if she does catch it, by the time she do, it's too motherfucking late for her to address it, or you're long gone. And so you mask the idea of having disdain for certain types of girls by simply saying things like, oh, these girls, these new girls, some of y'all just do too much. No, we've learned better. And so we're requesting that people do better by us and by people like us. Period. This is not the 1990s where the girls are walking around looking for solidarity with any and everybody who is willing to accept the fact that we are the tranny friend in the group. This is 2025 where trans people want the same respect and basic dignity that everybody else in this motherfucking world wants. And if that respect and basic dignity is something as simple as saying, Hope Giselle, she, her, when you address me, then what the fuck is the problem? What the fuck is the problem? And why do so many fucking Butch queens have an issue with the idea that people just want to be respected in the pronouns that they're sitting in? Because a lot of y'all, Craig the writer Stewart, do not like being misgendered yourself. But then you'll sit around and write dissertations about why other people should accept being misgendered because you don't understand or you think it's stupid. You sit around and you dictate how you're going to talk to people instead of thinking about the idea that there are actual...
Okay, so it's conscious criminals who are nosier than me in the chat. So did anybody catch what Hope Giselle is responding to? Because Craig claimed in his response, he never said what Angelica or Hope said he said.
Mm-hmm.
Did he make those comments? Did he allude to in any way or say that he doesn't understand or he thinks it's really dumb or people doing too much when it comes to the non-binary thing? And maybe he didn't say non-binary, but maybe like they're saying non-binary because he was describing non-binary people by the people who are doing too much with all these pronouns and he and they and we. Did he make comments in that regard? Somebody let me know in the chat.
People behind these sentiments that you make. You don't get to decide that you're not going to respect a non-binary person's pronouns by erasing their identity because you think that calling them they, them is stupid. It's not that you can't do it. Everybody is capable. I want to tell y'all a little story. I have 5 siblings. 3 of them I grew up in the house with because I was with my mother. 2 of them I did not grow up in the house with because they were with my father. Now, I knew them when we were kids, when we were younger. We grew up. My dad would come and get me on the weekends. I had a really great relationship. And unfortunately, right before I graduated high school, my father passed away. I was 17 years old. I did not see my sisters for about 8 years. Had not seen them, didn't know where they were, had no clue how to look them up, had no clue how to find them, nothing. Randomly got rekindled with my sisters. The last version of me that my sisters interacted with was a little boy who was 17 years old and their brother. That was the only version of me they had known their entire motherfucking life. And after about 7 years or so of finding me again, I was never and have never been misgendered by my sisters who I was estranged from for years. And when I did, the last time I saw those girls, they were children. And never once have they slipped up, misgendered me, said the wrong name, said anything out of the way. They didn't even have questions. And the last time that they saw me, they were children. So when adults make excuses about the ability or inability to respect people's pronouns or respect the fact that a person has changed, and y'all use things like, oh, well, I knew this version of you when, or, oh, well, the last time that I saw you and it was so many years ago, you just have to give me time, and all of this bullshit. It's not about the idea of you needing time. It's about the simple fact that you don't respect something because you either don't see it for the person who's transitioning or you don't respect their transition at all. And so therefore, you believe that their transition is worthy of your disrespect because they don't either look the way you need them to look, or the transitions or the pronouns that they're asking to be respected don't make sense up here to you. You all woefully disrespect people on a regular basis and then try to use your intellect as a reason or a justification for why it's okay. And it's not, and it never will be. I love Madison to death. I will not, do not, cannot ever watch an episode of Fad Talk. I don't give a fuck what topic y'all are talking about. I don't give a fuck how much sense either one of y'all are making. As much as I love Maddie and as much as I want to support everything that she does, that is one venture I can't get into. For the same reason that I stopped watching the Queen's Court is the same reason that I will never turn my motherfucking phone on or go on YouTube when you two are on that motherfucking channel, because you are woefully disrespectful to a lot of trans people. And while I think in certain instances, Madison might give you a pass because she is also old school, and so there are some things that she grew up understanding that I will just never understand and will never tolerate.
Okay, so here is where the Madison piece comes into play, because I'm sure that Madison isn't just throwing herself into this mix. Something had to be said in the direction of Maddie, okay, but Hope is being pretty direct.
I am also not going to allow somebody who should know better, somebody who is intelligent enough to know better, to sit in my motherfucking face and play the game as if they don't understand why this is a problem and why it's disrespectful. And I like to think, especially you, Craig, as a person who avidly likes to remind people that you are a man. Don't call you girl. Respect your pronouns. I would think that out of every motherfucking body in the room at any given moment would understand why pronouns are important. because they're so important to you that every single time that it happens, it never fails. You catch an attitude, you address it, you reroute it, you say something slick about it. It never slips without you being able to slide about the respect that you demand because of who you are. So when I sit back and I see you say things like, oh, I'm just going to call you by your name, that's not good enough. Because you are not just Craig.
This damn laugh.
Baby, Hope is eating down to the bone, bitch. You're like, no, girl, let me tell you what you are going to do, girl. Let me tell you where the buck don't end, Hope. You're going to press the gas a little bit harder than that, girl. Or you're going to be getting flamed up out here in these Instagram real streets. Woo, child.
You are Craig, who is a man that identifies with the pronouns he, him. And you want those things to be respected. So give respect in return. Take the time to give and empathize with people who are human beings who are simply just asking you to respect the way that they want to be seen and viewed in society. And giving this bullshit haphazard ass way of talking about why you can't do that is not enough. Because I'm sure that you don't even know enough non-binary people for it to fucking matter.
Hello?
I'm sure that none of the Butch queens, you, Funky Dineva, or any of these other motherfuckers on these platforms that talk for hours on end about how y'all don't get it, about how these new age kids are doing too much. I'm sure that none of y'all hang around or know enough non-binary fucking people for it to even fucking matter. When you do come across one, why is it so fucking hard to just appease that person's respect? If nothing else. But I understand what it is. It's because when you are a highly educated faggot who has to navigate rooms with people who do not care that you are a highly educated man, first and foremost, but have to throw in the fact that you are a queen of epic proportions, and then mention your intellect. After they make sure that the entire world knows that you play in the booty hole of other men.
Amen.
It bothers you. And since you can't take it out on them, because in some way, shape, or form, you need coin, you need validation, you need something from them to stay afloat, you accept that disrespect, but then turn around and do onto your own community the disrespect that you don't want to have done onto you. Huh?
Bitch, y'all better check to see if Hope's man is still over there deployed, girl, because baby, when a girl ain't got her man around, bitch, and the sexual tension is culminating, girl, everybody can get that work, bitch, okay? I be going there too, bitch.
But let me say this before you press play. Anybody, again, for the people in the comments who are partaking of the herb, are your eyes low like this right now? Let me know. Because, baby, if my eyes was low like that right now, oh, my God. And she is gorgeous. She is so beautiful.
She is. She got it
gorgeous.
Going on. She got it going on.
Whatever you want from me, everything.
I can't even rewind this shit. I was finna say something to, what did she just say? She said, educated. It was something.
Somebody said, yup.
It was something good to, I want to say this before I lose it, because I don't know how long she going, since I can't rewind it from the laptop.
Go ahead.
We're going to come back to this. Most definitely. So I think, obviously, calling a non-binary person by their name is actually okay, because non-binary people have names. Sheila, John, Frank, Sarah, Bubs, So calling a non-binary person by their name, my love, is acceptable, baby. But I think what Hope is pulling on the wig of, because she said, the reason why it's not good enough coming from you, Craig. So, this is so she's speaking particularly now. I believe she's saying, look, and maybe I'm going to say it for Hope. I think Hope wants queer people with visibility to just close their mouth until they're not confused. So that when they go to occupy the microphone, they can occupy it with substance and with education. And there can be true productivity behind it instead of getting your hypervisible ass up here talking about you don't understand when you know the way that's going to sound to the dominant society who also don't want to understand and ain't trying to motherfucking understand and think that as a result of not understanding that it can justify explicit direct disrespect. Correct. So I think that's where Hope was coming from, and that is she is holding him accountable as another public figure, sitting next to a trans woman who's been misgendered her whole entire career. And as she said, Craig had to spin the block on Tamar's head top because she was misgendering him. So, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at her holding Craig accountable because, like I said in my earlier live stream, Maddie is a hypervisible Black trans woman. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Hello, yeah.
To whom much is given, much is required. And I think Craig's sentiments don't mean nothing if he was just an everyday gay, moving around the world. But at this point, these episodes are getting 100,000 views a pop. You guys are touring. You guys are occupying space. You guys have dominant society looking. And I have to agree. You got to give it up a little bit more than that because, baby, like the assignment is loud at this point. And there needs to be more responsibility for sure. Because once again, queer people can't afford the slack because it's costing us our lives. We can't afford the slack. Before we press play again, anything that you want to say to that at all?
No, I agree. I definitely agree. And even with me being a cisgendered Black same gender loving man, I want to be able to learn much as I can about the LGBTQ plus. I just say queer because, girl, I already be stuttering sometimes, and trying to say them letters fast is gonna fuck me up. You know what I'm saying? But I want to learn more about it. So again, like if there is someone who is trans, and if I say anything that can be taken as transphobic, please let me know. Now, you can still find a way to educate me without having to go over the top. You know what I mean? Say what you mean and mean what you say, but you don't have to be mean when you say it. But I want to be able to be held accountable because just like you were talking about, you know, with people that have hypervisibility, there are people who also watch that show, and whatever is happening on that show as far as the conversations and topics plant seeds in people's minds to where it affects the people at the bottom. So from Hope's point, y'all can't sit up there and talk about Black trans women and what's happening to them and they're losing their lives. But then when you have a trans woman who is very notable in her field, who does what the fuck she does and is able to, again, clock the nuances and the context, just like over here on CTV, that nigga over there clocks the context in the nuance. It just means that we have to do better. And again, if you're connected to somebody who has hypervisibility, by proxy, you're going to have to be more accountable, especially if you're trying to, quote unquote, protect your paper in a sense. You know what I mean? Maybe take a page out of Funky's book. If that's going to be the case, like if you're going to be performative, let's be performative in the realm to where you can still be respectful to me. Whether what you talk about or say about me behind closed doors or behind my back, I don't really give a damn. It's about what you say publicly to where we can see it, to where it's like, you said what? So to your point, Hope had the right to say how she felt, and there are going to be people who are going to be triggered by that. But since we all triggered, let's have a conversation now. Maybe we can get somewhere since the defenses are destroyed and shit.
Because like I was saying earlier, I mean, in my live stream, the reason why a lot of people don't like Hope is because Hope is like a real life accountability partner, and most people are not used to actually being helped fully accountable.
Yeah.
People prefer, you know, somewhat of an accountability girl. Okay, like girl, hold me,
A
girl, but don't
safe
be
accountability.
yeah, like a palatable accountability girl. No, hope is like, girl, we're in the times, girl. These are the end games, bitch.
Yeah.
We got to be precise. We have to be aggressive in our mission, and we have to realize that because we are like actively at war, there is no opportunity we think we can afford to miss. None. We got to be precise. We got to be on point, and we should occupy that microphone responsibly every time. I mean, this is what our Black civil rights leaders were all about, baby. You don't see no memes and no bullshit, baby. Whenever they had a microphone in front of them, girl, via newspapers, girl, via any talk show, girl, they was talking that shit, bitch. They was rounding white people up and rounding racism up, girl. And, you know, I think she wants these very hyper-visible public queer people to, when they get to that conversation, like, take that conversation completely and utterly seriously. Like, don't fucking play. Because trans women lives are on the line. Feminine queer men's lives are on the line. Same gender loving women's lives are on the line. But go ahead, Bubs. Yes.
Yeah. The last thing before we go further, I just want to read this real quick. And again, this validates, I guess, some of Hope's, I'll just say, passion behind this. Marsha P. Johnson was a Black trans woman, drag queen, and LGBTQ rights activist who played a significant role in the Stonewall riots. So I just wanted to read that. Like, trans women have been putting their lives down on the line for the advancement of the community. And if we really gonna clock it, it's really been the feminine energy that has really even opened up the door for the masculine gays, or the gays that are able to pass, to be able to have some sort of experience. And a lot of them be afraid to even have that damn experience, even though the fucking door is open. Come on now.
Yeah.
But that's it. Go ahead.
Thanks. Fix on fix. Back to dragging the hell out of Craig.
If we're a community of people that is supposed to be based on the ideations of showing up for each other because we see the world differently and we understand that these boxes do not work for anybody, then how dare you? How dare you sit back, the both of y'all, and every other fucking butch queen and lesbian and person within the LGBTQ community who does not see it for the TQIA plus part? How dare y'all sit back on the backs of Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera and spit in their fucking face like y'all have not benefited from the same motherfucking people who would have been asking for that same respect if they were alive today? Miss Major is still alive, a pioneer of the movement, there in the moment. Would you look her in the motherfucking face and say she's doing too much by asking you to refer to her as Miss Major? A person who guaranteed the ability for y'all to have the freedom to get on motherfucking internet and call yourself Funky Dineva.
Hey, Kiki. Kiki in the building, child.
My girl Kiki, what's going on? Kiki.
And that's Kiki in Avatar on the screen. And that's Kiki Kamara.
Yes, that is
yes.
Kiki.
Hey, boo.
I'm glad that you are here. Yes.
Yes.
Definitely sound off in the chat. I want to hear your voice.
Yes.
A character, which might I add, is disrespectful to a lot of Black fucking women that sit back and support the bullshit. And they only support it because you are willing to admit that underneath all of that you're a man. They're willing to support that character not because they like it, but because they understand that you know a thing about yourself. And to be very motherfucking clear, since y'all love to run these things back in the wrong order, this is not about Madison. I don't watch the show because of Craig. He has problems.
And no shade, a lot of people after my live stream in the comment section was saying the same thing. Like, they love Madison, but they had to let go of gag talk. They don't do Craig. And then some of them was like, they had to leave both Craig and Maddie. I was like, damn.
No shade. There's someone that that's in my inner circle who stopped watching it because of Craig. So my thing is, no shade, Craig. Everybody can't be lying pimping. Everybody can't be lying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, yeah.
Problematic views around other trans people. He has problematic views around non-binary folks. And as a whole, I believe that Craig thinks himself too intelligent to ever learn anything from anybody else. There are very small instances. Where I've seen him take accountability and say that he didn't know something and thank somebody for their education. But for the most part, you can't tell that queen nothing. Just like you can't tell Dineva nothing. Just like you can't tell most of these butch queens that all of a sudden have such an issue with trans people nothing. Just like you can't tell the butch queens in the comments of Gay Magazine nothing. Because a lot of you all have underlying issues with trans people and non-binary people for no other reason than because a lot of y'all feel like the dating pool for trade got them when more people started to embrace their transness, because these niggas don't want to fuck other niggas. These niggas just like the idea of dick and titties in the same motherfucking room, and being able to have access to more trans women than they've ever been able to see in their entire life has presented y'all with a dilemma. They no longer want to just fuck these dudes and slam y'all ass into the backseat of somebody's Altima, because they don't have to. There's no need to turn you around and bend you over and pretend that you have what they're looking for, when there are so many more people that are willing to step into their truth and be what they're looking for. And a lot of y'all are pressed about it.
Period.
A lot of y'all lost y'all favorite piece of trade to a non-binary person or a trans woman, and you can't stand us ever motherfucking since. Because in your mind, you cannot compute, it does not make sense how the fuck somebody who looks like Ving Rhames in a wig, who just popped them on yesterday, could dare make somebody who you were having sex with leave what you had going on. And you believe that somehow, in some way, in some shape or form, that you are better than trans people. You believe that we don't have the right to ask for basic decency. You believe that we don't have the right to ask for people to respect our pronouns. Y'all believe that trans people should shut the fuck up and just take whatever the fuck is happening to us. And when we don't, and when we have the ability to articulate why we don't want to accept those things, y'all are really fucking pressed, because you can't read us into the floor about being unarticulate. You can't read us into the floor about not having valid points. You can't read us into the floor about not being able to draw conclusions that are both historic and social about why these things are horrible. And what I want folks to understand, what I want folks to see, is that all of our freedom and all of our liberation is linked. I cannot go around saying I don't see it for gay boys. They're too promiscuous. They give the LGBT community a very bad rap, because everybody thinks that the entirety of the LGBTQ community is out here fucking and sucking and doing all of this crazy shit, because all of these gay men, all they do is go to these sex parties and dance around and snort coke and snort poppers and fuck each other all day. It does me a disservice to disenfranchise one part of the community because I don't like a facet of that community. Not every gay man does that. Not every trans woman really cares about pronouns. Not every non-binary person cares about pronouns. But there are enough people that do, that allow me and put me in a space where I say that this is something that I want to learn, not even just because it's a community thing, but because as a person, I want to do right by people. Why can't we just want to do right by other fucking people? I don't have to understand why some people want to sag their pants to just respect the fact that that's their swag, that's their style. I don't have to understand why some people want to shave their eyebrows off to understand and respect that that's just their fucking style. I don't have to understand why some trans girls want to get titties out to here. That's her business. But as long as you're being respectful to me, I have no reason to go out of my way to try to justify disrespecting you because what you're doing is not something that I would personally do. And a lot of y'all want to justify your horrible behavior, your horrible takes on trans and non-binary people with education and or lack thereof around the lived experiences of trans people, while also being in community with some of the most popular and biggest trans people in the industry. If it were not for a trans woman who demands that people respect her motherfucking pronouns, Craig, do I have to say it? Dineva, yes, you were a movement on your own, but y'all were a force when y'all were together. The power of
Hope Giselle is given like very high class black mother chastising her children who just came home with F minuses on their damn report card, girl, and getting their asses together right from the kitchen island, honey. Right from the kitchen island, girl. Getting them right on together, girl. Backpack still on. Still on.
body mob helped to amplify you. So do I need to say it to either one of y'all? As y'all both sat on platform with one of the largest trans voices in the globe. Let me be very clear. Madison is no longer a national celebrity. She's a global phenomenon as it pertains to the TGNC community. And without her push, without her stamp, without her allowing y'all in her space, the two of you might be known. You might have some acclaim, but you would not be who you are and who you know or who we know you to be without that push. And so I find it extremely disrespectful when the both of y'all have the nerve to sit back and talk about how y'all don't want to respect people's pronouns sometimes and how it's doing too much for people to ask you to. Because I really wonder what would happen if every time someone saw y'all, they called you something else just because they didn't like the name that you were given. What if instead of Craig, people just started calling you Anthony because, yeah, I don't feel like it. Y'all have to learn that respect is due to a dog and it don't cost you nothing to be nice. Respect is due to a dog and it doesn't cost you anything to be nice. And if you have to give a take that is not going to be popular, then do so with the nuance of understanding that what you're saying is going to be hurtful to other people. But sometimes the way that y'all say things, y'all know that it's going to be hurtful and y'all just don't give a fuck, which makes the take that much worse.
Shout out to all the content creators in the building. Hey, Sunky Angel. Dick at the top. I got titties at the top and dick at the bottom. Hey, boo.
Donald Trump got to go, bitch.
What's going on, Storm and Roll? Hey, you all. Hey, everybody. God bless you all.
Yes.
But what happens if trans people stop fighting for everybody except trans people? Because Lord knows a lot of y'all don't show up for the girls. What happens if the girls and the non-binaries and the gays and the two-spirit folks just said, fuck y'all? Who would really be protesting? Because y'all think that y'all don't have anything to lose. Who would really be doing the work for legislation? Because y'all think that y'all don't have anything to lose. Who would really be hitting the streets and doing the real work? Because y'all think that y'all don't have anything to lose. And so while my goal here is not to shift anybody's mind, it's not to change anybody's opinion, it is to get people to see something that I think should be very plain and easy for everybody to understand. If you want people to treat you with respect, if you want people to acknowledge your humanity, you have to first be willing to acknowledge theirs.
Hello.
And the second that you don't, everything about respecting you is up to the discretion of the person that you disrespected first, willfully and on purpose. You don't get to decide that you're not going to be kind. with something as simple as just addressing people the way that they want to be addressed. You don't get to decide. Y'all don't get to decide. The lesbians, the bisexuals, all of the gays don't get to decide that y'all are not going to respect TGNC folks, the TQIA plus people, and then dare us to treat you with the empathy and respect that you are actively telling us that you're not going to give. It is my hope that every butch queen, every lesbian, every cis person that constantly goes out of their way to misgender and treat a TGNC person or a non-binary person like they are less than because you think that it's stupid and doing too much, it is my hope that it burns every time you pee, and that every sexual experience that you have from here on out is mid as fuck and a waste of your time. Until you understand and recognize that respecting people really ain't that hard, especially when all they're asking you to do is refer to them the way that they're asking you to refer to them. Because a lot of you motherfuckers call Beyonce queen, and she don't run nobody's monarchy, but you do it for free. You want people to call you Craig the Writer Stewart, but where's the New York Times bestseller? You're an author. Sure, I'm an author. Absolutely. But I'd like to think that people that want to put those types of titles in their actual name need to have some sort of notoriety. And I'm not sure that either one of us have gotten there. And so, Dineva, you're a TV personality that can't keep a job, but you still want to be respected as a TV personality who's no longer on TV.
Baby, if Hope Giselle don't do nothing else, baby, she gonna block and then read your ass for filth, sugar.
Okay.
Baby, and I just like the way that Hope hauls ass, baby. She did the same thing to my boo Claudia Joy. Her and Claudia
do
was
drive-bys, bitch. Duck, bitch.
Her and Claudia was cool. Something had happened. She felt like Claudia had backtracked and pussy pop, baby. Blocked in red boots. Okay, like, oh, baby, she gonna block and she gonna read boots. What's going on, Reckless? Reckless, are you commenting from another? Are you commenting from another chat? Because you supposed to have a wrench, sir. Aren't you a moderator on my platform? Or have you been gone so long that YouTube just unwrenched you for me? Like, I wonder which one of those is true tea. Hold on, let me click on your page and see if this is your raggedy ass. Oh, it is your raggedy ass. Shout out to the 4K, bitch, period. Hey, let me rank you up, too. I could have sworn Reckless had an old nasty ranch. Hold on, let me see something.
I'm gonna ranch around.
He
said probably the second one.
What second one?
That's what he put in the comments.
Hold on.
Make sure you hit that like button, y'all.
Yes, please do, y'all.
It's 4:13 and we at 2:58.
Yeah, y'all get this like some chop. I've been working all day. Come on, me and Bubs are working. We're working for you all.
Eyes. You had said what?
A lot of you butch queens want to be seen as tops when everybody knows that your hole is this big.
Ooh.
Oh,
baby, my booty hole tight as hell, girl.
I was just gonna ask you, girl, do you in response to those shots fired?
There ain't no shots fired to me, because bitch, when I fart, bitch, you can hear it. I don't fart and dogs start whistling, bitch. That ain't me. Okay. I'm a real top, and I put that on my height, bitch. So you know I'm not playing.
We can hear your breath going in one opening and coming out of the other opening.
Oh my God.
Oh, yes.
A lot of you lesbians want to be seen as studs.
Ooh.
It's giving female crossdresser.
Oh no.
Hope this woke up with violence on her mind today. No wonder she had them stir the girls up. I was like, what did Hope say? I said, well, I get it now, bitch.
Someone said, I'm an ally and I feel attacked.
Baby, Hope was, baby, just lining niggas up today, baby. Today was the day.
Okay. He's spraying the whole block. Okay.
Jesus.
If you can't go to Bella No Chase, bitch.
Where can you go?
Where y'all out here being obtuse on purpose, being disrespectful on purpose. Just remember that people can also choose to disrespect the way that you want to be seen as well.
Hello?
And it's not nice on either side.
No.
And just know, if you make it this far, because some of y'all get triggered after the first read, I am prepared for whatever any of y'all come up with.
Ooh.
I am not the most perfect trans girl. I know I have flaws. I know that my hands are big, my teeth are crooked. I get it. My shoulders are wide. I know, I get it. I know. But I also know I'm not going to justify anything that y'all may or may not say with a response, because unlike either one of you, I'm booked based on my own merit. Not the merit of anybody else.
Oh, girl.
And not by way of being on a network that was...
Now I hope caught out the girls who got a residual glow, girl. Not her reducing the girls to the moon, girl. You bitches only shine because the actual sun rises and sets.
Okay, with her good Whitney Fuqua on. Okay, it's not right, but it's okay. I'm gonna... Come on now.
And did.
Apparently racist.
Anyway.
And dare I say homophobic as fuck. I am secure in who I is, because I know that brick by brick, I built this brand by myself. I said the hard things. I got myself in trouble. I apologized where I got myself in trouble at. I pushed through. I moved on. And I did it on my own. And so there's nothing that you're going to be able to say on somebody else's platform with somebody else's celebrity that's going to ever make me feel horrible. Because I get to wake up and go to sleep knowing that I have an amazing family, a beautiful husband that loves my dirty motherfucking drawers and will scream it to the top of Mount Everest. And so many awesome acknowledgments that I earned on my own.
Indeed.
Not because I was attached to somebody else. And so whatever read y'all got, I hope that you enjoy giving them, because this is the only time that I'm going to address y'all or any other butch queen that has a problem or any other lesbian that has a problem. Because any of y'all that are a part of the LGBT community that believe that trans people are the problem have gotten lost in the sauce and drink the Kool-Aid of white supremacy that has told you that if you get rid of us, that y'all will be safe. And we all know that that ain't true. So while I know that y'all have y'all thoughts and y'all feelings, please don't let these people get y'all fucked up. Because if nobody else ain't gonna fight for community, that T is gonna fight for community. Because when nobody else wants to get up there and legislate, Chase Strangio gets up there and does his thing. The trans lawyers at the ACLU get up there and do their thing. The Transgender Law Center gets up there and does their thing. So while y'all are talking about removing the T from the LGBT, Imagine what would happen if those major organizations that win major cases for the LGBT community as a whole stop giving a fuck about the LGB and just focus on the T issues. A lot of y'all LGBs would be out here looking real stupid when you could have just been real respectful. Think about it.
And will, girl.
And before we go forward, I just want to say this real quick.
You definitely caused the motherfucking conversation today.
But let me say this real quick. For the people, again, who label or see Hope Giselle's being this angry black trans woman.
Well, you're going to be
where was the anger at?
You're definitely going to be speaking directly to Craig then, who called her, I think, an angry black bee, apparently. Yeah, in the comment section, I think.
So she started off initially with this response, and it was still very calm, cool, and collected. She threw her shade because
very corporate, very corporate,
very much. You know, I'm like you said, very much. What's the word I'm looking for?
Pretty.
You say what?
Perched and pretty.
Girl, I wonder how many times you done fucked yourself in your mind looking at yourself during this whole entire live bit.
Why are you saying I'm looking at myself? I mean, I can see myself. I mean, I can see you too. I think that you are more fixated on looking at me than I am looking at myself, which I don't blame you, of course. But
Lord.
Yeah. Back to what you were saying, Mr. Distracted about CTV's beauty.
I was distracted how you was looking off into the distance, off into the sun.
No, I have a big monitor.
I know, but the way you just looking, it just looks like that. I'm just saying.
I'm not sitting in front of my tablet like I have like monitors like right here to the screen. So I'm looking at Hope, I'm looking at you, I'm looking at my camera's right here, but my monitor and shit is like right here, so I see the comment section and everything.
Okay, but you still
now for me to be your spiritual leader and you to reduce me to such vanity is, such.
You say what?
I said for me to be your spiritual leader and for you to reduce me to such vanity is such a striking contradiction in the holy light in which you behold me.
While you was talking, the camera froze, and that was God saying, "Be quiet." But I'm just playing. But getting back to my point, if I can remember.
Angry trans.
Yes, thank you. Again, where was the anger at in her initial response? She gave it very, very calm, cool, and collected. Now, no shade. Just because I gave it to you calm, cool, and collected, don't mean it's gonna stay that way. It also just depends on how you respond. So, based on what y'all saying, baby, they kind of going at it. So I'm kind of want to know what's happening. What's the upcoming ongoing development going on in this situation?
Are you asking me? I actually lost. I had another talking point. I lost it.
We probably both losing.
Hope ran right into something that I don't know. Hold on, let me think. Craig, Dineva, Butch Queens. Oh gosh, it's gonna come back to me. Damn, I should have went first. You would have thought that I done fucking.
My bad.
No, you're good. It'll come back to me. So she did clear Madison. This was not about Maddie at all. She made that very clear. She don't fuck with a segment on Maddie's platform because of Craig. Wow. Okay, so let's get into the comment section because Craig definitely got into his Craig Luther King speech, girl. Okay, so he said 12 hours ago, the fact that you've conflated my stance on pronouns with respect to non-binary with trans people is artful. For whatever reason you think that you get to decide how every queer person moves, you don't. With respect to trans issues, you think that every time someone disagrees with your stance, that somehow they must be transphobic. You love to say we are not a monolith, but get on your soapbox and go on your usual angry rant about how we need to fall in line with the singular ideology of perspective. Get over yourself and this angry activism. When we sit over there on Gag Talk and say your activism is angry, it's you that we're speaking of. Oh, okay, so is he also speaking of Maddie? Is he speaking for Maddie? He's using the we and the we and the we and the we.
And not French.
You are divisive. You are a bully, but you will not ever be able to bully me to use them or they when referring to someone who is non-binary. The full scope of what I said is I will use their name to prevent misgendering, especially in cases where the person presents as male or as female, because then you would have an issue with me misgendering them. If you're using the person's chosen name as disrespectful, then I don't know what to tell you. I'm not a conformist because you think I should be, because you think I'm supposed to jump on every new queer agenda that surfaces. Take your anger issues out with your family, because a lot of it begins and ends with them, not me, and not every single person you get on here and rant about. Hope responded a few hours after that and said, angry black B, just like every other man that can't take a woman that doesn't assimilate quietly. Craig replies and says, in response to your slander, don't play. I gave you what you gave me. Someone named Sonny chimed in and said, Hope, pay it. Your entire point went over his big narcissistic head. And then bringing up your family and calling you angry. Oh, we know what you are. Hope responded to Craig and said, and I made it plain for the folks. Bitch, I wear proudly. Bully, save that for the rest of the folks trying to scapegoat accountability by way of deflection. Craig responded to Sonny and said, I see you knew which pictures to turn the comments off on. Keep it up. Don't get your feelings hurt and start screaming transphobia when I latch on that ass. Sonny responded to Craig and said, latch, we know that's all you're really good for since you're no good. For comprehension, my God. Hakeem also entered the group chat and said, boy, bye and keep liking your own comment. Okay, so girl, team Hope girl was girl protecting the kingdom accordingly. What do you make of this?
Want me to go ahead?
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say something else.
I'm thinking
sad.
about what I want to say.
Right.
Yeah.
It's sad because there obviously is some sort of miscommunication here that, yes, we always say that could have been handled behind the scenes, but I think because of the climate that we're in and from an energetic standpoint, maybe all this needed to play out in the front so that we can like really get into it. But as far as where they're going, we already know it's egoic right now. We got the word bitch being thrown, and then Craig responding saying, now when my ass start playing your game, bitch, I don't want to hear nothing about being transphobic. And you know what? I would even say this for me. The reason why I'm not so triggered by those words anymore, and maybe this is just me. I grew up during the era of like Mad TV where they talked about everybody got the motherfucking smoke. So if it gets to that level and we start taking the gloves off, don't be mad when somebody, as Hope said, don't get mad when you hit me, but then you cannot get mad at me hitting you harder than you hit me when you first hit me. You know what I'm saying? You can't hit me and tell me, oh, don't hit me that hard. It's like, no, this is how it goes if you keep playing this game. So the fact that this is happening in the comment sections, yes, they're letting their egos go right now. And I'm just kind of curious to see what the conversation is going to be after the fact, after all this has really, bled out into the interwebs.
Girl, so, it's going to get a little rough before we get a little better.
Yeah.
My boo,
yeah.
More wants the definition of butch queen. I'm going to actually go to
are we putting the comments up from Google
and see what? Oh, I think I'm too far away from my Wi-Fi. Oh, here it is, butch queen. A gay man who is neither overtly masculine nor overtly feminine, but displays the mannerisms of both gender. Okay, CTV will be a butch queen. Okay, not overtly femme, not overtly masculine, just perfectly contoured and manifested.
I'm screaming. Perfectly.
I think this is what I wanted to say about the whole angry situation. Hope hit it dead on the head when she said that pretty much, and it's not just for the trans community, no minority community that have had to fight for their rights, whether it's immigrants, foreigners, women, queer people, trans folk, black folk, woman folk, would literally be here today living and showing up accordingly without the people that were extra as hell. The people that were extra as hell were the people who were cracking the door down because they refused to not be seen. They refused to not be seen. Every minority community is here today existing in their liberties because of the black folk who refuse to be invisible, the black women who refuse to be invisible, the trans women who refuse to be invisible, the black folk who refuse to be invisible. Bubs to God is, you guys, he ran to the restroom, and yes, he does sit down when he urinates. Okay? So, girl, she was snapping for the kids on that point. Bubs also said he was open to dropping the linkity link. So what we're going to do is open up the show. And if you, everybody who's in the chat, whatever your ideology is, you are welcome to sound off, including if you believe that trans folk or, you know, butch queens should shut the hell up. You are welcome to come and talk about it. And we can, you know, get into some things. I'm going to drop the link right now, in case anybody want to hit it. Okay. Yemaya says, period, can't be pissing on the seat. You know what? Hush. Black Cover Boy says, Butch Queen is simply a masculine presenting gay man. Well, I know in the South, Butch Queen is more so associated with the, like, how can I describe this type of gay man? It'll be like me, like a pretty bitch, a pretty boy, you know, arch eyebrows, etc., but wears boy clothes, but got a little edge of cuntiness to him, but be considered a butch queen. But in other sectors, a butch queen is more associated with like the masculine gay men. We have rumors. What's going on?
Sorry. I'm all loud and
Hey,
shit.
can you hear me, Conscious?
Yes.
Hey, Conscious. Hey, Buzz.
Hi. Hey,
Hey,
boo.
what's going on? What's going on?
Oh man, even from earlier from the last live about this, I I'm definitely I'm really okay. Let me say this. I don't think Hope said anything that Madison should have taken offense to, but I can see why Madison did when she said she doesn't watch the show. I can understand like why Maddie felt some kind of way about that, and like considering the fact that, as Hope was stating, with them being public figures and being in community, you know, how people would take that, like, you know, oh, Hope's not watching, because everything Hope said, first of all, was 100. I don't see nothing that she said that anybody should feel like she's a troublemaker. She's angry, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't get it. But y'all had spoke on a lot of my talking points when you said you were going to drop the link earlier. Like, at the end of the day, a lot of the rights that the LGBTQ AI plus community have is because the trans community were the ones that were on the front line. Like, but what I find is like people have a lot of ignorance though. I've
Okay, hold
literally
on,
learned that a lot of
hold on, super quick. Okay, you guys. Hope Giselle is live, so let's listen to some of her live. She live right now.
Reporting live.
Disrespect with the silencer still kills
Can y'all
the
hear
same
that?
way that it would have in the event that you just shot me with your words. It doesn't make it better that you decided that you wanted to kind of sort of coax it. It doesn't make it better that you decided to put the pillow over my face instead of bashing me over the head. It doesn't make it better that you pushed me off of the building. It doesn't make it better that you drugged me first instead of just raping me outright. It doesn't, those things do not make it better. It is respectful to be able to call someone by what they are saying that they are and how they identify with the world. And if you choose not to do that, that is fine. But do not say that you are being respectful. Do not say that you respect somebody. Don't say that you care and that you revere these people when you can't do the barest of minimum, which is acknowledge those people as they are. So when I say that Craig is disrespectfully, intentionally to non-binary people, I meant what the fuck I said. Just like he says that he meant what the fuck he said when he said he is not going to use they and them pronouns. But at the same time, he turns around and says he respects non-binary people. You cannot respect me and respect portions of who I am. The same way that queer people who are not trans or who are not non-binary, when you go home, your grandmother is constantly talking about how you a sissy boy and how you're soft and how you're all of these things and X, Y, and Z, right? But she love you and she not calling you a faggot. But at the same time, she's not acknowledging that you are a man.
I can't do it.
You're not a sissy boy. You're not soft. You're not light on your... Like, you're not... None of that. You are a man who is her grandson, and it is disrespectful for her to constantly emasculate you by trying to say that you're everything but the F word. That is what people do to non-binary people every single day. And let me be very, 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 very clear. And also, Savage, give me a motherfucking minute. I'm answering a question. You on here, you on my time. So if you want me to get to your question, you gonna wait till I get there. There's somebody that asked the question before you, and I'm getting to the root of it because this is not fag talk. I don't just jump to comment to appease the people that are commenting. Somebody asked me a question. I'm responding to that question. And once I feel like I've given that person an adequate answer that is full of nuance and range, I will then go to the next question. And if you can't wait, this is not the live for you. Somebody asked me a question, and I'm not going to blow past the full answer because you ready to have your question answered. Chill out.
Hope miss her damn man, baby. Trying to tell you.
Let me be very clear. Well, just as we have heard her out, I hope that y'all tune in to Fag Talk to hear Craig out. Y'all haven't heard me out. Y'all have not heard me out. A lot of y'all only came over here because y'all thought that I was going to be spilling tea or talking shit about Madison. A lot of y'all are not over here to actually hear what I have to truly say. And I'm not saying that that's you, Mike. But I want to be very clear that a lot of y'all are not here to hear me out. A lot of y'all are here to try to misunderstand me so that y'all can go back and spread more bullshit and more lies and more rumors. Because let me be very clear. Yesterday when I made that video, I explicitly and exclusively said this is not about Madison. I explicitly... First of all, hold on. Because, Savage, let me tell you something. I don't think you know who I am. But please don't let what you don't know about me get your feelings hurt and get you fucked up.
Baby.
I'm that girl, her cousin, her mama, and her baby daddy. And all four of them will get together and hurt your motherfucking feelings. At the end of the day, if you are not coming here to hear, understand, and be in the number, you can leave. You ain't got to stay here. You can leave. You ain't got to stay here. And I don't do too much talking on the internet. I don't. And I don't take threats lightly. I don't have DL niggas. I have a husband. So pull up if you want to. This video has nothing to do with DL men. This video has nothing to do with what the fuck you're talking about. It has nothing to do with white trans women and all of the other things. Okay? It has nothing to do with that. So if you're pressed shut the fuck up and go somewhere else. Now, I'm no longer going to address your bitch ass. So if you want to continue to keep talking to yourself in the comments, that's what we're going to let you do. But just know that when people talk to themselves with no response, they happen to be what? Crazy. It's a definition. I'm going to ask that any of the hopefuls and anybody else who was actually here to have questions and to gain understanding, that we ignore Savage from here on out. Nobody respond to him. Nobody tag him. Nobody say anything to him. We're just going to let him talk to himself should he choose to stay.
Savage just called Hope a
You ever think you're going to disrespect me on my platform and come over here with that rah-rah and that bullshit? I don't get down. I'm not going to go back and forth with you over the internet. Because unless you're going to slap me in my motherfucking mouth the next time you see me, which I very motherfucking much doubt it.
Oh, damn.
I'm going to move on.
Wow.
Anyway, a lot of you all did not come here for the sake of actually learning or hearing my opinion. Y'all are here because y'all think that you all want to take this back and turn it into something that it wasn't. Yesterday, when I made my initial video, I specifically said, this is not about Madison. This is about the fact that Craig is disrespectful to non-binary people. This is about Funky Dineva trying to redo and write out people within the queer community who are trying to lead us into a new jurisdiction because there are so many people that have so many things that they want to learn. Okay? So when it comes down, cuz don't do it. We ain't even got to go there. We ain't even got to go there, cuz don't even give him that type of energy. For the people that are here to learn, that's what we here for tonight. When it comes down to it, that live was about those men. That live was not about Madison. And a lot of you all who are on here right now took that and y'all took those things, right? Y'all took those things. Oh, so you mad because I said gay men and butch queens? Okay, heard. Now I can address you, Savage, because I understand the root of your problem. I generalize because a lot of you all do. Damn. But the thing about it is, if you're not a gay man or a butch queen, that there are plenty of gay men and butch queens, right, that are on this live right now that understand and know that I wasn't talking about them because they don't feel that type of way about trans people or non-binary people. I don't feel no kind of way, baby. And so when we talk about generalizations, right, if the generalization does not fit you, then you're not affected by it. I think that the butch queens and the gay men that are upset are the butch queens and the gay men that go out of their way to disrespect trans women and go out of their way to disrespect non-binary people. Now, a lot of butch queens and gay men who are speaking ill of non-binary people do so because they believe that for whatever reason, it's going to be able to make them or create a safe space for them, and it doesn't. All it does is tell the folks on the outside that are encouraging you to do that is that, oh, they're willing to throw their own under the bus. And so that way, when we come back, we can throw them in with those people as well. So now that I understand the root of your thing, I hope that helps. I'm confused as to where Craig being transphobic came from. Let me be very clear. A lot of y'all, right? A lot of you all, I think, don't understand things until you put them into context. Okay? The same way that white people cannot tell black people what racism is and when racism is being invoked and how racism feels, cisgender people cannot tell transgender people what transmisia or transphobia is, what it feels like, and when it shows up. Okay? I said transfixia. What happens with a lot of people is that y'all, as long as somebody isn't calling somebody a tranny, or if somebody isn't misgendering a person, or if a person isn't doing X, Y, and Z, that they're in the clear. Y'all believe that if a person has a trans friend and they seem to be cool and all of that stuff, then the person is in the clear. Y'all seem to believe that if a person isn't, if a person doesn't exhibit what y'all believe to be aggression in a very overt way, that a person isn't being transphobic or transmissic. And that is not the case. A lot of the time, people exude and exhibit transmisia and transphobia in ways that are very minute, but they hit the same way. No, but we can recognize prejudice or hate, and Craig gives none of that to the trans community. Let me be very clear. Yes, he does. Right? And this morning's video was very, very indicative of that. Because there are trans people that are also non-binary. And what a lot of y'all are failing to realize, because a lot of y'all agree with what he said, right, is trans people are not always going to be binary. India Moore is a very, very, very prominent example of a trans person who is also trans, but is a non-binary person. India is not a trans woman. India has said time and time again that they are not a trans woman. India's pronouns are they and them. They also will answer to she because y'all forced them into it because they were so popular on Pose as Angel that y'all would not let them have their own identity. But India Moore is not a trans woman. However, India Moore is a non-binary trans person. And by Craig's own words, the ones that he said this morning, he would not respect India's pronouns by calling them they and them because he feels like India presents as a woman. And so what he would do, he did say they. Did he not say that he respects non-binary people? He only said that he prefers to call them by their name. That's not respect. What part of that do y'all not understand? What part of that do y'all not understand? You know what's really interesting is that I don't understand how y'all are missing that. That's like white people saying, I'm not racist, but I'm going to call you a Negro because that's what I grew up calling you. I feel more comfortable calling you a Negro than calling you an African American because what the fuck is that? I'm not racist. I just would prefer to not be in a group with this person who happens to be black. I'm not racist. I just would prefer to only, like, I don't understand how y'all are acting like this is a hard concept. If a person tells you how they would like to identify or be identified, right? It is disrespectful and disingenuous to try to find loopholes so that you do not have to understand. And it's not a wild analogy. It is not a wild analogy. Y'all love to move the goalposts when a person starts making too much sense. It's not a wild analogy. When people tell you who they are, and when people tell you how to respect who they are and how they show up, it is not hard, and it should not be a loophole, and you should not be looking for a loophole to that. Let me be very clear, especially, because coming from a page called Bi Latin Men in a podcast who has bisexual, probably Latin men, if you tell people we are bisexual men on this podcast, we are not gay men, and they say bisexual men don't exist, I'm going to call you gay. When I refer to your podcast, I'm going to say the two gay boys. Is that not disrespect? Y'all told people how to address y'all. Y'all told people what to think of. And mind you, I don't know what y'all podcast is about, right? So y'all might not be bisexual, but this is just me basing it off of the name. But if y'all are telling people that we are two bisexual Latino men, and every single time people address y'all or talk about you all's podcast, or if another podcast invites y'all on to talk about how groundbreaking y'all's work is, but they keep referring to y'all as the two gay boys on the podcast, is that not disrespectful? Is that not disrespectful? And when y'all are sitting back and saying things like, oh, how is calling somebody by their name instead of calling them they, them disrespectful, what you are trying to do is find the loophole. What you are trying to do is find the loophole in a person's identity. Y'all are trying to find ways to make their identity comfortable for you because you don't believe that what they stand for and who they are is worthy of the time and attention that it would take you to just figure it out and be more intentional when you talk to them. A lot of y'all do not understand that what is happening here is that Craig and people like him are looking for ways to scapegoat what people are telling them makes them the most comfortable because they don't respect what the people are telling them is making them comfortable. It's not blown out of proportion. It is not blown out of proportion. And what I think about it, what I think is happening is that a lot of you all are fans. And you can't remove your fandom from your ability to actually be able to hear and understand logic. Because nothing that I'm saying is illogical. Y'all are just fans of the Maddie Mob, and now y'all are mad, and y'all are pressed, and y'all are upset, and y'all are pissed. And so everybody is just like, what? This doesn't make sense. Nothing that I'm saying does not. I'm breaking it down to the lowest common denominator of denominators. I am breaking it down to the lowest common denominator of denominators. And let me break it down even further. If a person tells you that their pronouns are they and them, avoiding them on purpose and being intentional in avoiding them because you don't agree is disrespect. If a person tells you how to address them, right? If a person tells you how to address them and you avoid them simply because you don't think that what they want to be addressed as is worthy of the time that it's going to take you to be intentional about addressing that, it is disrespectful. Because why go out of your way to have a conversation with a person whose pronouns you can't even respect because you think that it's stupid? Just don't say nothing to them. That's the respectful thing. That is the respectful thing. I don't understand why so many people, especially within the LGBT community, have such an issue with non-binary folks when there are so many vastly different people in the world. And let me be very clear about the angry part. When did Craig say it was stupid? A person doesn't have to say something for you to know how they feel about it. Whenever Craig talks about non-binary people and they, them, he has a chip on his shoulder because he doesn't feel like he should have to respect people's pronouns. The idea that, and let me be very, like, a lot of y'all are playing obtuse, but when it comes down to other things that y'all are actually passionate about, you know what a lot of the thing that I'm realizing is a lot of y'all are being woefully ignorant because you agree with him. A lot of you all are being woefully ignorant because you agree. You think that they, them pronouns are stupid. A lot of you all think that non-binary people are doing too much. A lot of you all think, right, that there is an issue with non-binary people asking for something that you think is completely irrational and dumb. And instead of admitting that because y'all know that it would be wrong, y'all are trying to justify the bad behavior rather than actually learn from it. And what I find to be very interesting is that I'm always painted as the one that's angry, negative, and loud, and I'm the black bitch that can't keep her fucking mouth closed. And I don't want to hear people out, and I'm not being, I'm not opening up the floor. But let me be very clear. I've heard from people that watch the show that Craig will shut a bitch down quick. I'm not doing that. I'm having an open dialogue with y'all, and y'all are actively disagreeing with me, and I'm still trying to find new ways and new analogies to explain to y'all. Does that sound like an angry black bitch that don't want to listen and doesn't want to hear other people's side to y'all?
Hmm?
Does that sound like an angry black bitch to y'all? And let me be very clear. Trans people misgender gay men all the time. I don't. Trans people misgender gay men all the time. I don't. This ain't about trans people. Stop deflecting. Stop deflecting. This is not about whether or not trans people misgender gay men all the time. This is about the idea of non-binary people being able to receive respect. A lot of you all, I think, are taking this low road and y'all are taking the low hanging fruit because it's easier than just admitting that y'all don't like the idea of people being able to come in and completely do away with the binary that also suits you. What I've learned from my non-binary friends, and even the ones that have different pronouns like Z and Zer or neo pronouns and things of that nature, or whatever the case may be, calling a person by their name is respectful. Calling a person by their name is respectful if they agree to that. Calling a person by their name is respectful if they agree to that. Most non-binary people do not just want you to call them by their name. Most non-binary people introduce themselves with their pronouns because they would like them to be used. Most non-binary people introduce themselves with their pronouns because they would like them to be used. And so, when we are having a conversation with a non-binary person, of course, at the beginning of the conversation, it's okay to say like, hey, how you doing? My name is Hope. My pronouns are she and her. What's up with you? Oh, hey, what's up? My name is Giselle. My pronouns are they and them. Oh, you're non-binary? Oh, yeah, I'm non-binary. My pronouns are they and them. Oh, okay. Well, girl, it's just going to be easier for me. Ooh, I'm sorry. I mean, girl, I meant Jazelle. It's going to be easier for me to just call you Jazelle, so I'm going to go ahead and call you Jazelle. Okay, Jazelle? Because that, like, I don't really understand the they-them thing, and so just to avoid the whole thing, I'm going to go ahead and just call you Jazelle. Okay, Jazelle? Jazelle didn't agree to that. Giselle didn't agree to that. Gave you their pronouns because they wanted those pronouns to be used because that would be affirming for Giselle in the space. Now, when it is necessary, of course, when introducing Giselle to other people, absolutely. Hey, y'all, this is Giselle. They're really cool. I was having a conversation with them about, this new space that we're getting ready to collect. They're so dope. Mm-hmm. It's not that difficult. But when you go out of your way to say, hey, y'all, this is Giselle. Giselle is going to help us with this space. Giselle is doing all of these things, X, Y, and Z. And you're doing it because you don't want to use their pronouns. And on top of that, what I find to be really funny is that a lot of you all are being woefully obtuse because, again, Craig said out of his own mouth, Craig said out of his own mouth, I am not going to call people they, them. And what he tried to do was layer it with the idea of, it's because I don't want to mess around and misgender them. Mm. People who are trans or non-binary are used to being misgendered. The misgendering isn't the problem. The intention behind the misgendering is the problem. And so, it is okay if on your first couple of times you get it wrong. As an advocate to the movement, as a person who has non-binary friends, sometimes I do get it wrong. And do you know what I do? I say, my bad. They would like to get a soda.
Yes.
You move on. You correct yourself and move on. And non-binary people are not going to be upset with that because they understand when a person is getting it together versus when a person is going out of their way to get it wrong.
I would pause it, but I can't even pause it because I got it playing on my phone, now? So it's just playing straight through. Mm-hmm.
Does it make sense to some of you all now?
Then I'm gonna cut it off and let y'all chime in.
I'm not going my goal here is not for us to always be on the same page, but my goal is that we understand that respect should be and is due to a dog.
Shout out to the 420
if
people
I
in
walk
the
into
audience.
the room
420.
and I look on the floor and there's a cute little puppy down there and I say, oh my gosh, she is so cute. And the owner says, oh no, that's a boy. And in 2.5 seconds, I can regender that puppy and not think twice about it and never call that puppy. who is not a human being that I have to interact with in conversation and all of this other stuff with, if I can look at that puppy and gender that puppy correctly after a couple of seconds, why can't I do that for a person?
I said that earlier, didn't I?
Why can't I do that for a
Her
human
own words.
being who I have to interact with? In fact, I should want to do that more for a human being. I should have more problem getting the gender of the dog right than I do with getting the gender of this person right. And what's crazy about this to me is that I'm not even a non-binary person. And I think that that's what really grinds a lot of people's gears, because I'm not a non-binary person. And a lot of y'all want me to be on the side of some of these people that think that non-binary folks are stupid, and that think that non-binary people are asking for too much, and that think that non-binary people just deserve to be overlooked because y'all don't understand it, or it's too hard, or it's too much, or y'all want another person to be down on because everybody in the fucking community needs to have somebody to make their fucking enemy. Everybody wants to be the oppressor. Everybody wants to be somebody's oppressor. And y'all want a group of people to help y'all turn the next group of people into the next marginalized group of people. I'm a black trans woman. You're never going to get me to join the side of people as if it's going to pertain to being able to oppress people. You're never going to get me to join a group that is going to help oppress other folks.
You
and so when it comes down to it, I'm going to learn what it takes to be amongst my non-binary siblings, because I'm going to need them. I'm going to learn what it takes to be amongst all of these people because I'm going to need them. It is not hard to be respectful to non-binary individuals, and I'm never going to let up on that, because at the end of the day, when this stuff really breaks, because I know that y'all think it's a game, and I know that y'all think that it's a joke. And I know that some of y'all don't think that this stuff is going to come down the pipeline the way that it's going to come down. And you know what? Real quick, Sunky Angel, thank you for coming in here, sister. We need to fucking talk.
Yes, Sunky, yes.
Because we haven't spoken for too fucking long.
Over there? Damn, get quick.
Because I'm sitting up here talking about, people being respectful of folks. I recognize that a year and a half ago, sis, you were trying to tell me that you felt disrespected. And I was not willing to hear that because I didn't feel like I did something disrespectful to you. And regardless of whether or not I felt like I did something disrespectful or not, I should have given you the opportunity to explain to me how you felt without just shrugging it off because I didn't feel like I did anything wrong. So, sis, if you have capacity after this is over, I would love for us to talk and bury the hatchet, because again, we gonna need each other.
Oh, period.
Donald Trump got to go, bitch.
Yep, Donald Trump.
If you have capacity.
Oh, period.
If you're okay with that, I want to do that because we gonna need each other. And I was dead ass wrong a year and a half ago when you said, sis, you hurt my fucking feelings and I was trying to protect you. And you played me to the left. And I didn't understand why you were so upset with me. And it didn't matter. I should have at least given you the chance and the opportunity to have this conversation. And so if you're okay with that, Sunky, I want to have that conversation with you when this is over. Anyway, when it comes down to non-binary people, I'm never going to be in a place where I'm going to allow y'all to play in people's face. I'm never going to be in a position where I'm going to allow y'all to play in people's face. And anybody that knows my activism understands and knows that anybody can get it. Trans women can get it, trans men can get it, cis people can get it, everybody can get it if you're wrong. This is not a space where I'm going to gatekeep or I'm going to show favoritism to anybody. I'm not that person. I don't show favoritism to myself. If I get on here and I say something wrong, I'm going to say that I said something wrong. If I get on here and I give misinformation, I'm going to say that I gave misinformation. I'm not the type of person that is always looking to be right. I'm not the type of person that's always going to tell you that I know everything. But what I am going to say is I'm going to stand for the respect that people ask for and deserve. I made that video because a lot of my non-binary friends felt like their voices would not be heard because Maddie and Craig's platforms are so big that if they did make a video, nobody would ever see it. Nobody would ever see it. Everybody is an equal opportunity cuss out. Everybody can get it. Everybody can get it. Because at the end of the day, I don't like bullies. So when people sit back and call me a bully because I'm passionate about this work, when people sit back and say all I do,
so I'm gonna let y'all chime in. You guys can tune in to Hope. I want to say this as I guess the residential unofficial non-binary person. Okay, hold on, because I just had some thoughts here. I think first of all, I really appreciate Hope standing in the gap. I really do. I like unapologetically humane people, and even if they put 20 on 10, like in a world that kind of is a little bit too oversaturated in the fuckery, I really appreciate people who are a little bit over the top when it comes to humanity. Like, I ain't never gonna really be mad at that. I think probably what triggered Hope is Craig lacing his, out of respect, I'm going to call them by their name, with I don't understand it. I think the I don't understand it thing was the trigger point here, and there's some underbelly there, because had he just said, everybody got a name, I have no problem calling anybody by their name, and I'm going to do that. But I think when he laced it with because I don't understand it, I'm going to call them by their name. Now, to Hope's point, I have to agree that I do think it's a bit of a cop-out when people pull the whole, it's too much, y'all doing too much. I think we've all made our point that it ain't too much. The same community has given damn near everybody a nickname, including a pet, hamsters, rabbits, dogs, parakeets, bats, snakes, bitch, in the business of handing out government names and social securities every goddamn day. So it's not a matter of it's too much. Like Hope said, in the background of the social programming is this, even if it's a very soft, subtle attitude of, this is kind of foolish and kind of silly, and these people are being kind of fucking goofy, and I don't find this legit. However, y'all know what my motto is. I think Davis wants the link. Any of my moderators, can y'all please drop the link? Because I'm trying to juggle like a trillion things at once. But I'm going to drop the link. But if y'all can, I'll take the link. I'm going to say that, me, I try to be a reasonable bitch. I try to be reasonable. So I try to find the middle ground. Yes, to Hope's point, I would like ideally folk to do the work. I would love for people's heart to be right. I would love for people to go the extra mile in every regard. The extra mile for women, the extra mile for black folk, the extra mile for queer folk. I just would love for folk to go the extra mile. Realistically speaking, people don't. So if the middle ground is, I'm not going to disrespect nobody, and I'll just call them by their name to avoid getting confused, because a non-binary person still has a gender expression typically. So it could be a non-binary person presenting as a she, but they identify as they and them. But when your brain see that visually, your brain is just going to associate the corresponding gender to the way that person's gender expression is showing up today. I get that. I get why people, in order to avoid offending the non-binary person, would just rely on the name. Now, whether Craig means anything by just relying on the name, I don't know. Only Craig knows what is in his mistress' heart. He only knows what's in his side piece of heart. And I also am in a relationship to everybody in this community: trans folk, queer folk, non-gender conforming folk. I haven't ran into a non-binary person who wants to literally go by them and they. Most non-binary people have a name, even if it is so-called a gender-neutral name, but they have a name nonetheless. and they utilize a name on their badges, on their applications. They have a literal name. The they and them is the filler in between. Just like I may talk to Bubs for 3 hours while never having to use he and him. It just may never even come up. Me having to reference Bubs as he and him just may not even naturally show up in our correspondences. I may not even have to say his name. You know, so the they and them isn't the actual name. It's just the extra shit. And all the other alternatives. But I do think it's okay to rely on the name. Now, if there are people who are only relying on the binary person's name because they personally hold the attitude that the shit is goofy, dumb, and this is just really sickening. For me, I can't get into all that. It's too much to be trying to hammer away at people's foolishness and to, you know, just be trying. I'm not about to work that hard. If at the end of the day, bitch, you're willing to respect me. Look, I told y'all, for me, I don't want to even live in a managed society. I'm okay with hoes being homophobic, transphobic, and all the phobias. As long as you can be transphobic and queerphobic and gayphobic and keep your ass out of my motherfucking way, bitch, you can be as phobic as you want to be, love. As long as you ain't in my motherfucking way, homophobic ass, baby, homophobe until you're dead and gone, bitch. Baby, homophobe all the way to the throne, girl. Like, I'm okay with whatever you believe. I'm okay with whatever your politics are, as long as you're not enforcing your politics upon me in any meaningful way. But now, if you're using your politics to talk protective legislation away from me, that's a problem. If you're using your politics and your beliefs and trying to enforce that upon my reality economically, etc., we got problems. If you're using your beliefs to attempt to bully me out of a space or whatever it is to keep me from anything tangible in my life, that's when this is no longer just your belief, bitch. Okay? You are a domestic terrorist in my reality. And we're going to have problems accordingly. But I'm okay, me, with people holding a belief of whatever kind, because I believe that you can be ignorant in your personal beliefs while still leading from your humanity. A lot of those ignorant people that also have a humanity are in my family. My family, just because they love me, just because they will allow me and my partner to pooch through, just because they welcome me, embrace me, love me down, boots, etc., they ain't changed the motherfucking thing about what they believe about what I do and how the fuck I lay down or how the fuck I lay other people down. But they are going to lead from their humanity, and ultimately I find that to be a fair of enough middle space for me, because I too am going to have beliefs. Now, my beliefs typically don't revolve around dehumanizing people. I call myself an equal opportunity champion for activism and allyship. I consider myself to be a male feminist. I consider myself to be pro-LGBT, pro-everything. I believe in everybody's liberties. Now, I may hold personal opinions about your conduct in relationships or the dumbass shit you say or the dumbass shit you do, etc. But I am always going to be pro-human. But I'm okay with people holding their ideals as long as that those people can mutually agree with respecting my humanity. If there can be a mutual respect of humanity here, hold your beliefs. I'm fine with that. I'm not about to be doing all other rigmarole. I want to let you guys sound off, and I'm going to go in chronological order. Welcome everybody here. Oh, we got people in the background too. Let me bring other people up. We got a lot of folk here. Bubs, sound off. What do you think about this? Yeah.
No, go ahead. Let them speak. Let them speak. I want other people to get their voices in. Yeah, I can wait.
Rumors. I know that you was popping off, Boo, before we had breaking news from Oh, sound off, my love.
Yeah, so I think with the whole Craig thing, I think that if Craig would have said, I will call them by their names and I have to work, I'm going to put in the effort because I'm confused. I don't want to, offend anybody, but I'm going
Right.
to put the effort in, you know, to learn because some things are learned behavior, right? But it don't take that. It's really not that hard. You guys have Hope has said it. You guys have said it. They're like people change their name, get nicknames all the time, and even with that, we still accommodate those people when they change their name or use a nickname. We accommodate them, and our brains are not that difficult where we can't learn to call people by the names that they choose. The pronouns and things of that nature. But what he said was instead of trying to put in the effort, that's what I think it came off as if it's like, you don't care. It ain't important. You know what I mean? Like all of the things that will make it seem like this is intentional. You intentionally are being disrespectful because you're not even going to put the effort into trying to learn the people's pronouns and, apply them accordingly. You're just going to be dismissive. And I can see how that can be very disrespectful. I think him calling her angry and black, to me, those are scapegoats. You know what I mean? Like, so that, it could distract people. They're just scapegoats for distraction. And honestly, I do think that he says a lot of shit, knowing that it's going to be controversial and knowing that it's going to cause a backlash for Maddie. But I also think he does it to like garner more attention for their show. I really do. Because there's no way that this man, like, when he wrote in the comments, there's no way he could not have thought that that was not going to bring a backlash to Madison. Who the fuck is the we?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So I feel like he's intentionally being, and let me be clear, there is nothing wrong with being a pot stirrer if it's going to garnish the attention, that's going to help bring awareness and some improvement or whatever. But to me, he does this intentionally to garnish more attention, and I believe there is a lot of truth to what he said. Like he's speaking from his heart when he says the bullshit that he says. I really do. I think it's intentional though. And I'm going on mute for somebody else to talk.
Okay, boo. And y'all, because we have a lot of people on the chat, try to condense y'all's points so that everybody can have a chance to get in, and then we can just continue to circle the block and everything. So you don't have to get it all out at once. Rashonda, sound off, my love.
Hey everybody, I'm gonna make it quick. Um, I just think that for one, Craig, he kind of insensitive in a certain aspect. But he's the type of person that he straight feel like he's right and he's straightforward. Um, but here's the thing. Um, and with Hope, I feel like she was coming for everybody. Um, I think she was mad at somebody else, mad at one person or two people, and she, gave like examples of why she mad and whatever. It's how she delivered it. It sounds like she was upset and stuff like that. But she didn't have to address everybody. Um, you know, I said in the chat, I get called a man all the time, and I'm a real woman, so it's kind of like basically telling people for instance, you are cute to be a big girl. People thinking they compliment somebody, but they actually insulting people. If I'm making sense, um, you have a right to your opinion, but you don't have the right to offend nobody. I don't care what the situation is. If a person want to be called a certain thing, respect it, and um, you know, I just feel like everybody should respect everybody's wishes and stuff like that. Um, and we all got pronouns and different things that we answer to. That's just like a nickname. How would you feel if somebody did you like that? Um, just be respectful and in general, and that's all I gotta say for now.
Okay, Rashawn. Deshawn, sound off, and thank you so much, baby father, for your donation.
Anytime. I gotta give it to the king. Conscious.
And do.
Also Bubs too. I gave you $40 Bubs just to let you know too.
I was
my
short.
bad. I got my webcam. My phone is my webcam, so I couldn't see it. My bad, but thank you so much.
I
let you
don't
rip my
think...
nipples.
Anyway, I don't think Hope was wrong about addressing what to Craig of what Craig was actually doing. Like, he's saying that I don't understand. Like, it sounds like what a heterosexual person would say if he can't say that a she or her or anything like that. It's the same thing as a heterosexual community. Like, you just don't understand, knowing that you understand that what a trans person is. But when someone calls you sis, don't call me sis. Don't call me sis, because I don't want to be called sis.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like, it's the same thing. It's like, it's kind of ridiculous how people like to control what you want to be called. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. You know what I mean? But when someone calls you something, you don't like it, or you just don't understand. But I just wish that people can come to a situation where they can just agree and just learn. You know what I mean? Like, learn, understand the other person of their identity. You know what I mean? Understand their identity. Try to understand it. Because there's people that are, like I said, like people say, like, they're non-binary. They could be trans. They could be androgynous. They could be anything. They could be androgynous and non-binary. They can be non-binary and trans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And a lot of people want to hold on to this heteronormative because that's where it came from the LGBT. Everyone came from heterosexual people that were actually negative to the LGBT, which inherits to the LGBT. And that's where it came from. Basically, that's where it always came from. So that's all I got to say.
Okay. Reckless done push through, girl. Reckless can always smell dick out. So when it's a lot of dick, get her ass, girl. Any other time when I got my cape on, saving Gotham up here by my damn self, girl, she got other things to do. But soon as it's test,
because I'm off. That's the reason why I'm
dick and balls hanging out on the platform,
oh my God,
she got to come showing up out of convenience. What's going on, Reckless?
All right, so the only thing I was gonna say is that the issue is that Craig talks out of both sides of his neck. Because on one end he says that he doesn't understand, but then on the other end he has explicitly said he's not going to do it. So the issue is that when it comes down to the conversation surrounding people don't understand, is that the reason why some people don't give a fuck and really don't care or take offense to people that say they don't understand, it's because a lot of the times there is an understanding that there is going to be an attempt to understand, that there's going to be a journey and evolution. The issue when it comes down to Craig is that he says he doesn't understand, and essentially with his action he's saying he's not going to or put an effort to understand. But if you let a lot of people tell it, the same people that say that they don't understand and things are too hard are the same people that have bachelors and masters and all these different types of degrees and credentials, and you sat down and you wrote a cookbook for the general public to read about you and your escapades with married men that was in the military allegedly, and now you can't sit down to understand a group of people that's within the community. And this is the Pappy and Mamie Luther King speeches that I refer to when it comes down to the queer community. It's because we're so quick to throw away the groups of people that have spearheaded the movement. we are so quick to get rid of trans people when trans people were one of the main individuals that were on the forefront of the movement. Same thing with queer people. Same thing with people that have that are very fluid in their identity. So how are so quick to throw these people away when they are the head? Whether you want to admit it or not, stop being a fucking pick me. Get your shit together. That's all I got to say for right now.
Okay, so I got a question. Who's trying to get rid of the trans though? Because
no,
Craig isn't and Funky isn't.
No. I was talking about in general because this conversation for me first came to my algorithm when Funky Dineva was addressing the conversation around lesbian, gay, bisexuals wanted to get rid of the T and everything after. And that's what I was referring to. But you continue.
Okay, so my question to you is, I mean, like, okay, so let me say this. Well, I don't really have a question. I got a statement. So while I do make space for the middle, because, you know, I'm a reasonable person, and I don't have time to spend my life, you know, because that's why a lot of these niggas don't have hairlines, because baby, y'all be trying to change hearts. Y'all be to change heart. If we can agree for you to say the fuck about my way, regardless of what's in your heart, girl. Okay, baby, I'm pro segregation, girl. I'm fine with water fountain, and you can drink that. Yeah, I have no problem with that type of compartmentalized.
I'm gonna make America great again.
I can't do it. Okay, I can't do it. But to y'all's point about Craig, yes, there is a fair argument to be made because Craig is sitting as a same gender loving black man next to a black trans woman, and damn near every episode of Gag Talk choosing to educate the masses about understanding same gender lovingness and transness. So then to pull out of taking the opportunity to be educated and to humanize non-binary people is a misnomer on Craig's part for sure, because it's the audacity to only give a damn to be understood about yourself and when it comes to your own personal plight, while at the same time doubling down in the same lazy ass tacky ways that your oppressors do, which is why we're still here in 2025 having to combat and break down and dismantle homophobia and transphobia. It is very audacious. It is very indignant. It's very much so all of the things. But once again, I got to keep a strong hairline. Strong hairline.
But my thing is that's cool. My thing is that's cool. But the gag is that he talks and he does things from both sides of his neck, because he's the same one that was on Tamar's ass about her calling him girl. So the thing is that you should be able to understand what the other side is saying. And I'm glad you went down the rabbit hole, what you just said, because now it reminded me another reason why I brought up the conversation about the LG and the B trying to get rid of the T. It's because I believe that's another trigger that really spearheaded this conversation. Is because the nerve of us as lesbian, bisexuals, and gays to always be in this constant notion or this constant mindset to throw away other groups of people that have been the head of our movement, whether you like it or not. Now they may not have been the only, but they were very much important factors in our movement. And you saying that I'm not gonna learn it, I don't give a fuck, and it is what it is, that's still disrespectful, and you do not care. But then you want people to care about you. No. So with that being said, no, I'm on Tamar's side. Fuck that nigga. Because at the end of the day, it's because you just did it. When it came down to the fucking non-binary people, you just did it. I'm sorry. So what you dish is what you can take. It is what it is.
Okay, so I got a question. So what do you think about Craig's explanation? I know that this is what everybody is interpreting. Everybody is kind of like projecting, but what? And look, I ain't even team Craig, but to just be the devil's advocate.
I know, devil's advocate.
When Craig said It's not that I'm referring to non-binary folk as their name, because I mean, he did say he don't understand.
Girl, give it up. Girl, give it up.
But
Girl, give it up. Girl, give it up.
but he also did say that, and I said this earlier too.
Mhm.
I understand people's brains have been socialized to, like, we've been programmed to associate pronouns based upon gender expression
Uh-huh.
and or the sex of the person. So,
Mhm.
you know, if nobody knows that a non-binary person is a they or them to begin with until they
Yes.
inform you that they are them. So the only thing
Yes.
that you have initially to go off on is the gender expression or at least the sex of the person. Now, once that person says they and them, okay, cool. Some people are going to walk away from it and be like, girl, I'm probably going to fuck around and call they, she, because they in a miniskirt, they got their titties out, they, you know, middle part bust down to the ground, lashes girl popping, and I might fuck around and say she, or I might fuck around and say he. So in order to avoid getting my ass whooped and getting canceled, I'm going to rest safely, girl, on just your name. Keisha? Okay, Keisha, nice to meet you. Love.
Okay.
I think
That'd be
the thing,
right.
I think when it comes down to like regular people that aren't usually in the space, okay, cool. But I'm gonna tell you what gets Craig caught up is the fact that he shuts it down and says, I'm not doing it. That's what gets him caught up. Because it's one thing, like Hope Giselle said, it's one thing when there's going to be an elevation, there's going to be a journey, which me, because even for me, when I first came across a person that was non-binary, like my friend, Kelps, they are non-binary. When I first came across Kelps, I had to be very intentional and slow it down. And every time I did mess it up, I was immediate. Oh,
and you're still slowing it down right now as you speak.
Yes, but the thing is being intentional, and that was the thing. And I think it's the whole thing of being intentional. But the issue is the way I can. Another reason why I brought that other part of that conversation up is you don't give a fuck, and these are groups of people that have always given a fuck about us. At the end of the day, that's what I believe it comes down to. And him saying, "No, I'm not going to do it." That kind of puts the whole thing out of no, girl, no. you can't be on your soapbox trying to give your Pappy Luther King speech to Tamar Braxton when, girl, Tamar did the same thing you did, so you can't be mad. Sorry, sis.
But here is the thing: there's no binary. I haven't heard one non-binary person yet say their name is also not a pronoun. I haven't heard one non-binary person say you can't use my name. So even this like hyper focus on a pronoun, we can't argue, like, once again, like the agenda behind the person that seemingly will not use
their. That's what the hell we gonna argue when it comes down.
However, though, if Sheila gets the job done, can we just get the job done?
I think that's where I want to land on. Just right there. Like, that's where it starts and it stops for me.
Okay, who's speaking? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's me. I'm stating that's where it starts and it stops for me. L.
Okay, hi L.
Yes. That's where it just starts to stop for me. If that gets the job done for me calling you your name, especially if I don't know you on a personal level. Now, if I met you on a personal level and we getting to know each other, then yes, that's fine. I'm going to take the time out to do what I need to do to make you feel comfortable. But if we are not on a personal level, you cannot expect that from me. So I'm going to address you as you present to me and as you introduce to me. I'm not even going to say anything, about it until you say, well, hey, this is who I am. And, I'm just going to leave it at that. If you come there the next day and you say, maybe I'm different today, then I'm going to address you as that. But you cannot expect normal everyday people to understand, this new, it's just so new, because you don't want to mess it up. So I'd rather just address you as you are and Let's let bygones be bygones. But as far as Craig, I do see where people are coming from, because Craig does do, the two-sided thing where he'll say one thing and he'll, go back on what he was saying. But Craig, y'all, is no one putting accountability on TS? Because everybody want to say Craig, Craig, Craig. But look who's sitting next beside him. You know what I'm saying? Like, is this a mouthpiece? Or I
And
never
Maddie
get it.
did speak to that too. She has said time and time again, no, Craig is not her mouthpiece, and she ain't scared of none of these hoes, because whatever she want to say, she can say and do, which is why she say in trouble her damn self. So she don't need nobody being a mouthpiece for her. Her own mouth proves to get her in enough trouble for people to know she can say whatever she wants to say and does. She don't need Craig to be an extra voice box. But L, to that point, I think Maddie is probably not per se pushing back on Craig, because she believe like she feels that that's a middle ground too. That's a nice middle ground. Not everybody believes that Craig only referring to a non-binary person by their name is a negative in and of itself, since non-binary people do have names and they do go by their names. And so if you can respect someone by using one of the three given alternatives here, they, them, or their name, no foul, no harm at the end of the day. Is that not fair? Is that not fair? Because we're not saying non-binary people don't have a name and that their name is they and them. Mm-hmm. They do have an actual name.
They do have a name. I think the thing is that I believe for the conversation purposes, people aren't really fully being honest about how they feel about it.
And it could be, but what I'm trying to say is, how many of y'all gonna lose y'all hairlines over that?
Oh no,
I'm not losing a piece of shit.
I'm not losing my hairline over that.
I just because baby, I don't know. I mean, that's most of the time.
I feel like it's bigger things in the community to go, to turn on and flip about. This right here is something. It's small, and of course, yes, we respect everybody, but y'all have overcame. And I'm a heterosexual woman, so this is just me, looking from the outside in. I feel like y'all have overcame so much that some things we can't go back. You know what I'm saying? We have to continue to move forward. And yes, people do think it's crazy, but I feel like we can't just stay stuck on this one thing. I hope her and Craig can come to a middle ground. I'm thinking that this is kind of going to play out, maybe.
Craig, after everything that's been said and done, Craig now has to go. Mm-hmm. He has to go into battle, doubling down, because he can't, because he don't want it to look like Hope humbled him. So he now gotta double down, and because Hope done circled the block and shot the club up again, bitch, and put bullet holes, she ain't coming to the table either, because she can't let it look like he humbled her. But to your point, that is what should be able to happen if there's a genuine win, or a genuine middle ground at the very least that can be reached. I think two things can be true at the same time. You can call for the people who want to play it safe and only refer to a non-binary person by their name. I don't think that is always because the person means something insidious by doing that. I think a person is protecting themselves from offending. I do think that is something that can take place. I think the other argument is equally true. There are people being lazy. There are people who do think it's goofy. There are people who don't want to put in the work. There are people who are not going to put in the work. There are people who are only going to put in the work to know your first and last. And that is as good as it's going to get for them. And if they call you them and they, it's probably going to be by accident, but not intentional. So I do think it's cool. I'm not even opposed to them having a conversation and Hope driving her point, because ideally, I would love to see people to do the actual work and actually go over the hump. But I do think sometimes in LGBT spaces, and not just our spaces, it happens in every fucking community, that sometimes we have to pick a side, and sometimes we can't move forward because there's not enough pick in the middle. There's not enough just what is the middle. And I think a nice middle here that can eliminate kind of the superficialness of it all is by people just agreeing to, at the very least, respect at least one of a person's pronouns or their God-given name. Because I don't know how much time we have to be here on this, considering that there are real wars,
girl,
real travesties, and things that actually impact our livelihood and our bills and our water and food and our actual liberties. And we can't like major in the minors. Like, and I would like, and I honestly think that that's a part of why Trump got voted in, because I feel like a big chunk of America, it's not really about people wanting to be ignorant. It's just like people, look, here's the thing. People are lazy. But people are reasonably lazy because people are fucking exhausted. People have to pay bills. People have to be hamsters on wheels. People have to put food on the table. People gotta fucking hustle. People got kids they want, wives they don't want, husbands they don't want, families they don't want, bosses they damn don't want, commutes to work they damn don't want, friends they goddamn don't want. I mean, people are miserable and checked out, and they don't have the extra bandwidth because capitalism got these hoes as worker bees every day, all day. And so I think most of America, what appeals to them about Trump is, while Trump can be polarizing, he also is a symbol of like, can we just be reasonable? Can we not just go to the extreme left all the time, or the extreme right? Can we not just be reasonable? People.
Yeah, so we're going to so now what we're gonna do, we're gonna snatch everybody rights. That's reasonable. I know that's right. Come on, yes.
And once again, I'm
being funny
that people are right in voting for Trump, but what I'm saying is that I believe that Trump appeals to people,
that audience.
And Trump's personality. Trump is a very like down to earth. He's like a down to earth person, and some people feel like he's not a politician. He's kind of like an ordinary person, and there's something about that feels very familiar. Something that feels very workable with, even though we can clearly see he is a homicidal maniac in the damn country, and that is, of course, allegedly. But you know, I'm not mad at the middle ground. Like, I'm not mad at the middle. I do also understand the fight to like, bitch, dig up the corpse of the issue, girl. We're going to do the fucking forensics, girl. We're going to get into the bone marrow. I do understand that, and I think that force should always be in the world, just as a good check and balance to the fuckery. Like, girl, yeah, bitch, I'm gonna be here to tug on you hoes wigs hard, bitch. It's either ball or be long hair, girl. There's no middle, bitch. Okay, and this whole that's gonna have the clippers ready. So I get it. Is it Nisha? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and then color sound off.
Oh, okay, good. I was right in the middle of finishing up. Well, not a drink, just water. What's up, Conscience? This
Hi.
All right, this is the Vulcan, Miss Logic. I ain't spoke to you in like a minute, but yeah, I came up. I'm just gonna be talking some logic, but yeah, while y'all I was listening to everybody. I think I know how I'm gonna do this because I did want to kick off talking about the middle ground. And this is just such a deep issue. So I just want to start off by saying, as far as people's names go, like I get people's names wrong a lot. I'm like a professional name butcherer, will butcher it. Seriously, I butcher names for a living. And what upsets me the most about that situation is that I try hard to get people's names right. And if their name is super complicated, I get frustrated when they're upset. Like, okay, you do know your name's complicated. I'm trying, and I think that there's something else going on to why they're upset, because you know your name is complicated, and I'm obviously trying, but yet you're getting upset. And that's what I feel this situation is about, where we've got humanity, men and women, and it's not an ideology or a philosophy. We're talking about our making. So if a woman is in front of you saying, address me as a man, your brain has to undo that, you know, that knowledge, and not just the knowledge, the physical and the optics of it all. So you may slip up and get it wrong. But if that person snaps out at you, you be like, okay, you do realize this is a huge, big subject, right? And I may get it wrong. Like, oh, like I am trying. So people who snap off and get upset, like right off the bat, I think that there's something else going on, because this is too big of a topic for someone to just get upset like right off the bat. And people who don't get upset, who are very nice with it, and be like, no, it's okay, you can call me this or call me that, and y'all meet a middle ground, like I'm trying, you meet me halfway, because you know this is a big issue. If you're pretending like, it's not like they're pretending, it's not like a big issue, it's just something else is going on that is making them upset, because this is just too big to not know that people are not going to get it right. And then there's that other part of it, like this Craig dude, where I know everybody was into the words he was using, but I was just getting from all of that, just like I was getting from this Hope young lady, that they really just wanted to say, well, I'm sorry, that Craig guy really just wanted to say, he's having a little adult temper tantrum. This is just him wanting to be mean, because I hear his words, but he just wants to be mean, because you could not understand all day long, but you don't have to say it in a mean or cruel way. He just wants to be mean for whatever reason, because there's something else going on. And it could be he just want to get some likes and views. That could be it, like the young lady said. But there also could be something else. He could be speaking from a trauma that he might have had, like the Hope young lady. You said she was triggered. I believe that. I'm not saying she has trauma, but she was a little too upset for me, because this is a very big issue. So people are going to get it wrong. And then there's people who just want to be mean. And the fact that she did not bring up that people just want to be mean, and just kept saying that people are choosing not to understand, I don't buy that. I buy that people just want to be mean and cruel. I don't buy that they're having that much difficulty understanding. I just think they just want to be mean.
I think it's because allegedly that Craig said he doesn't understand.
Well, he can use his words and say that, but I just want to be mean and talk some real nasty shit to you because I'm on whatever I'm on today. And some people do get caught up in the words that come out of people's mouth and are not hearing the spirit behind it. Like the spirit behind it is, you could be saying, I love you and I care for you, and you could be hitting me at the same time. I mean, just because you're using these words doesn't mean that you are not trying to be mean and trying to be cruel. I think there's no misunderstanding in all the world. I don't have an understanding. And like I said with the name thing, that don't mean I'm going to be mean and cruel about it. Yeah, I mean, not at all. Even if you yell at me, I know that there's something deeper going on, and maybe we could discuss it, you know, and we can have a conversation, and I could try to be helpful. But there is not that much misunderstanding in all the world. He doesn't care to understand because he just wants to be mean. And I would love it if people just, I'm going to put a little Negro sprinkle on it. If people just say what they just say. You know what I'm saying? If you want to just be mean and be abusive, we can just be mean and be abusive and throw names. Because if you're just ready to be about it, we can just be about it. You know, you ain't got to use topics, you know, and cover all this up and use all these excuses to, oh, it's my homosexuality or binary. We can just throw it all out the window, and we can just talk about what we're talking about. Because you just want to be mean and step up to me, and we just have a step up. Because a lot of people don't want to be direct because they don't want direct things to come back at them. Because if they be direct, then they have to deal with whatever you shoot now. But if they can be all around the block, then they don't really have to get hit. So I find it that way. People get all, this Craig dude could have just said he wanted to be mean, but then people would have thrown it right back at him. Why are you trying to be mean to the gay people, homosexual? He wasn't trying to deal with that. So people who don't want to deal with getting hit, they use stuff like that. So, I mean, that was the best way I could describe this situation. Because, like I said, it's just too big for people to just be mad right off the bat.
Well, I think that she's mad because they have reach. Like, this is someone that has reach. This is someone that...
Well, I mean, even so, I mean, a lot of people have reach. But if they're really trying to understand, they're really trying to understand. But if they're really being mean, then they're just being mean. But they need more people to call them out and say, I don't really care about the words you're using. You just trying to be mean to people. Ain't that much misunderstanding in the world. You're just not trying to get hit back. People,
That's exactly
don't want to get hit.
That's exactly what Hope is saying about Craig. That's exactly what she's saying.
Yeah, he don't want to get. People don't want, when they don't want to be direct with, I just want to be mean to you. That means they don't want to get hit. I find cowardly behavior from that. You're not saying what you're saying because you don't want to deal with what's going to come back at you. So you're going to use all these excuses. Oh, I'm trying to understand. No, you're not. What you're trying to do is be about it, and you're not trying to have nobody be about it with you. And that's why you're going about it in all these nonchalant ways, because you're just being cowardly and don't want to say what you're trying to say. Because if you say, I don't like binary people or transgender people, if people, I'm not saying they should do that, but I would be more receptive to someone standing on their business. I don't like gay people. Okay, cool. Now we can have this conversation. You don't like me, and we gonna talk. Not this whole.
I'm not sure if somebody who doesn't feel that way should just admit that way, because people think that it should be either or. Like, either,
well, I mean, if they're going to be about
either I gotta completely cape for you, or I gotta either be a hater, when it's just that I'm just trying to live my life, you're trying to live your life, and I'm just trying to pay rent, and you just trying to pay rent, and the easiest way for you and I to get, to A and B in the most effective, easiest, most practical way is like, what some people are just trying to do, because some people just can't take it. And while we're arguing on one side, the other argument is the fact that it can be argued that somebody who knows that they are lazy, which I understand that that's a part of the debate here, it's like the audacity of Craig not to put in the work. However, it can still be argued that he's also being super responsible by being able to know that he's not going to put his brain through that, and he's going to choose one of the three respectful things to do toward a binary person, which is to call them by their name and just let live. Let well enough be well enough.
I think that's very beautiful that you're giving him that much space and that doubt. But
it's what he's saying. I don't have nothing else to go off of. I have to go off of what he said, and he hasn't even disrespected a non-binary person yet. So we don't have like some history of Craig just disrespecting non-binary people to begin with. So it's nothing else to go off of.
Well, you can go off of the human mind, and that human beings are capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time. And they're also capable of going to a job and multitasking. He was capable of turning on a computer and probably working his cell phone. So
I'm not going to, but here's the thing about being reasonable, right? A white person doesn't need to systemically understand racism in order to treat people outside of their own race with respect. Kindness, love, and respect, and with human decency. You don't need to understand the history. You don't need to understand. It's like, really, it does come down to just principles, like some humane ideology. Like, I'm just going to respect you, and like,
all that makes real sense. But there are some things that are just working in reality, like the racism thing. You don't have to understand these social issues, but you do realize that Black people were enslaved at one time in this country. You do realize that Black people have laws against them in this country as recently as the 1970s. Just like when it comes to people.
A person may not, in fact, know that. All a person may know is that you are a living thing, and I'm going to treat you like I would want to.
I don't really know this Craig guy, and as far as his background and whether he had used these words before, but I do know that when it comes to people not just understanding other people, but wanting to understand and being truth to their understanding, nothing mean would come out of their mouths. They would not say, I'm not going to do something. They would only say what they are going to do on your behalf.
You know how much shit I'm not going to do also? But what I do know that I'm going to not do is get in anybody else's way. It's a lot of shit.
That's what I mean. Exactly.
I'm not going to know. It's a lot of shit I don't know. It's a lot of shit I ain't trying to know. What I do know is that I believe that the right thing to do is to treat people like humans and to
Yeah.
interact with other human beings like they are a living thing. And
Yeah,
I don't have to know your DNA and your blood type, and I ain't got to know the ins and outs. I ain't got to know where you even come from. All I got to know is that I should be a kind person to you.
yeah, that's why I started out saying the name thing, because even if I cannot pronounce your name properly, I'm going to try. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to call you by your name. Well, you got a nickname, you know, because I had that growing up where people couldn't pronounce my name and they would ask me if I had a nickname and say it in a disrespectful way. Like, I don't even want to. That's very disrespectful to say what you don't want to do. But if you are truly trying, you're not going to say, I'm going to take the easy road without having a conversation with them. How do you feel? Because it's not just me in the situation, it's both of us. I don't want to force you and you don't want to force me. So the middle ground would be, is it okay if I use your name? Not this is what I'm going to do. If I'm trying to understand this, my words, if I'm not saying I was Craig, but if I was Craig and truly trying to understand, I would have came out the box saying, I'm really trying to understand. So what I'm going to get in the habit of.
He was being integral by saying, I don't understand and I'm not going to understand, but I am going to respect that person. I mean, I don't.
This simple fact of saying, like the whole name thing, I'm not going to say, that what he just said, because if you're truly innocent, nothing mean will come out of your mouth. And with that, having something mean follow it. Oh, I don't understand, so screw you. That's not nice. I don't understand, so screw you. It's not. Why does something mean have to come out of your mouth with you not understanding? So that means that there's something else going on. So I pay attention to the spirit behind what people are saying and the words that they're using. But if he was truly, innocent, and he was like, okay, I don't understand, but I am going to get in the habit of asking people what works best for them and have them understand that I am trying and I may not always get it right. That's a very honest and innocent conversation to have, instead of saying, I don't understand, screw you. Because that makes no sense. Instead of just saying that I don't care about your feelings, I'm going to do what I want to do. And you're not in this world by yourself. And if you go around thinking that way, it may not always end well. Because you're not in this world by yourself. You may run into the wrong person.
That's the thing where I feel like 20 being put on 10. He didn't say he was going to disrespect non-binary people. He's saying, in order for me to avoid disrespecting a non-binary person, I'm going to call them by the name that they also find respectful, which is their actual name. Now, it's everybody else who got an issue. You have yet to see non-binary people sound off against Craig. It's non-binary people who are sounding off against.
Yeah, I can see that, because he totally, when he just saying, I don't want to offend people, you don't know everybody on this planet. And this is a big issue. Like I said, with the name thing, people walk around knowing they got complicated names. So they're not going to snap off if you get their name wrong, because they know it's complicated. Just like people who are out here in this world, they're homosexual, they know it's complicated. So they're not going to snap off if you get it wrong. So the fact that he's saying, I don't want to offend nobody, this is the big issue. Not everybody you're going to run into is going to be mad because you get it wrong. This is a big issue. How you know that they're going to snap off? I mean, this is just too big of an issue.
Because we're living in social media and people are taking to TikTok and YouTube every time they get misgendered to say they're being discriminated against, even if it was someone who didn't know at all, somebody who didn't even know their pronouns, and everybody's kind of ending up canceled as a result of people just kind of expecting people to know this.
Yeah, I saw that a lot myself, and I find that very unfortunate.
You're saying, bitch, I'm not going to be one of those people. I'm going to refer to you as your name.
Well, it's just such a big issue. Someone who has such a big channel, he should have kicked off talking about how complicated this issue is. And like you said before, not everybody's going to get it right. Everybody who has knowledge of this issue knows the other side of it. There's just too much human existence behind this issue between male and female. And now that people over the past few decades are becoming more comfortable to talk about their sexuality, it's just... not everybody's going to get it right. And anyone who wants to yell at you and scream at you because you're not getting it right. Something else is going on. They got something else going on inside of them where they're willing to snap off at you. Like I said, I have to keep using the name thing because it upsets me when I do run into people who just immediately pop off. And I'm like, your name is complicated. This issue is complicated. Why would you pop off at somebody right off the bat, knowing how complicated this issue is? So I know there's people on the internet who want to be pop off, but I think they're talking about.
That's what Craig is seemingly responding to. Like, he ain't dealing with none of that. It's not that deep. You have a name. It's easier to just call you by your name than it's me to remember them and they as I'm moving around you, and your gender expression is either male or female. And
yeah, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but that was another thing I didn't get. Like, if you're on your channel and you know all of this is going on, wouldn't saying that make it worse? I mean, to me, saying that would make it 1,000 times worse, not better.
As Tim said, a gag talk is more like crass. It's a very like kind of a a raw pillow talky, shit get real type of a show. So it's not super refined. They're not always per se striving to be politically correct in everything that they say. I think that they expect to be understood that obviously, like, we are pro people, we're pro everybody, we love everybody. So everybody should understand that, like, don't get hung up in the minutia, as YB would say. Don't get hung up in the fluff. Some of this shit is hyperbolic. Some of this shit is just rhetoric. It's just us shooting the shit. At the end of the day, y'all should know we see it for all people. But to the people's point, or to Hope Giselle's point, everybody's going to interpret what's happening in their own way. Once again, I'm not mad at the pushback. I think, like, Hope Giselle is a necessary force, and I like that there are going to be wig tuggers, and they're not going to let up, and I love that, because the world does need accountability, and they need to know that the whip is going to be there, and I'm not mad at that. But to Craig's point also, I don't think it's per se malicious in nature to refer to someone's name when non-binary people are okay with being referred to by their God-given name. And yes, to say it publicly as a queer person on a platform that champions behind queer people, I can understand why it sounds off-putting for him to say, well, I don't know, because it's like, well, bitch, you should have known by now. I mean, y'all are having a lot of queer-centric conversations. Y'all are always highlighting the community. Y'all are always combating transphobia and homophobia. So it does sound very tacky and lazy and reckless. So I get it. And I think Bubs are trying to get in here while he had a moment to sober up on weed. Go ahead. No, go ahead and chime up, because I saw the unmute come off.
No, based on what everybody's saying, I do actually, do agree on there being a middle ground. To your point, yes, if a person is saying, look, I do not understand, I will make mistakes, so can we make a compromise here? Can I call you your name, and then as I continue to get to know you, then you can educate me more about the nuances of how you want me to respect you, instead of just trying to know off rip? Then that's different. You know what I mean? So I think, again, for Craig, he's saying, look, I just want to be safe in this situation. He knows that when he says certain things, people kind of get in the comments, so he's trying to be better with that. But I think, to Hope's point, and also that was shared on the platform, a lot of people don't think like that. A lot of them don't think like that. And a lot of them try to be nefarious in the way that they use these loopholes, as Hope said, to kind of get at queer people, trans people, non-binary people. So for the people who are willing to understand, because unfortunately, it seems like there are innocent casualties here, because there are some people who literally do want to understand, but it's like, damn, I'm afraid to ask the question, because if I do, I don't want to be labeled as canceled, and I'm genuinely ignorant on the situation. So I think we have to offer somewhat of grace. But for those people who are learning, when you're in those spaces that we're not, where people are more free to speak the way they want to, as professional as they want to be, they also get crass behind closed doors. And there's some queerphobic shit going on, transphobic shit going on. That's also an opportunity for you to educate. And it's easier to educate online as it is to do in person, because online you can be whoever you want to be and put everything up and say that you're doing all this stuff until it's time to actually walk it out. And no shade, Hope Giselle is an individual that we see videos and lives of her on the front lines at these monuments, at these marches, organizing things. She could have also joined the group of other trans women who did not understand non-binary, but she's fighting for a community that she's even learning to understand more about. So I think if we could just really get into that center, we will be a lot better as a community. We have to learn how to work together, but we have to work through these conversations. And yes, there has to be a gray area. It can't just be black or white. The gray is where it's all at. So we have to learn how to listen to each other. So hopefully, with everything that's going on tonight, maybe when they have ag talk, maybe they can bring Hope Giselle up, maybe get Angelica on the line and see if they can rectify the situation and show what healing actually looks like. Because the powers that be and the individuals that are really hating assholes, they're waiting, they're seething, they're excited about this whole situation. There's gonna be a funky pussy bitch who's gonna be ready to talk about this shit. But despite all of that, I think they can transmute that situation into something that is beneficial for all of us. So I appreciate everybody sharing their perspectives, and I'm even learning. That's why I'm shutting the hell up and being quiet so I can be educated, because I want to show up as the best version of myself. So I have to be accountable. So that's it.
Absolutely. I want to get is it a Cushay? A Cushay 83 here? What's the name? Yeah. What's your name?
It's I don't even I've had this shit for so excuse me. I had this so many years. I don't even
know how to pronounce it. Oh, well, welcome to the platform, Day and Them.
Thank you. So you know what I wanted to say? I wanted to say in terms of Craig, I will say he seemed very genuine, but I'm not gonna lie, it did seem facetious. I'm not gonna come down on him. He does not seem interested in really learning the verbiage for the people, but I do think that he just does not want to disrespect people, and that's the best you're gonna get. I honestly do believe that. And kind of that should be good enough. Like I'm not concerned with, what I'm not concerned with. Just don't feel like you can disrespect me. That's it. So what I mean, what I say is because I remember he said earlier a while back on one of the talks. He said, well, he used to be in his little Butch Queen corner when they go to the clubs with the gay boys, and he really didn't interact with the trans girls too much.
Yeah.
So his relationship and ideals on trans people and issues seemed like it changed with his relationship with Maddie.
And he has said that a lot. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and maybe he has not had a they-them experience yet to open his eyes so he won't be so, somewhat like point. I will say he's way less pointed than he used to be about it because he was very dismissive when they first brought it up way back then. So I do honestly feel the respect this time around, but it's still very just pointed and dismissive. This is what I wanted to say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this shit.
Can you talk to your microphone, boo? Because it's going in and out.
Sorry, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I don't think this shit is about Craig at all. I don't think it's about Craig. It's so easy to be mad at Craig because Craig is loud and wrong, and he's almost belligerent sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's easy. I really think them bitches is mad at Maddie. That's just what I think. And it's so easy. It's just easier to be like, Craig, you're so problematic. What is your problem? And especially when Angelica, she come up from the tech world, so you know what I mean. She has an education behind her, and they have Hope, who I don't know her age group. She's like Xenial, so I think she's because I remember the gentleman before me was talking about compromise. The thing is, Hope does not seem like she is willing to compromise anything. So that, you know what I mean? So, but I think honestly what it is, and I was listening to Maddie and I was listening to her response. I honestly could not get out of my head the idea that Maddie seems to have it in her mind that these two, she was kind of specific about it, or more so pointed to Hope, Because remember, she said she was gate kept.
Yeah.
So I honestly feel like this conversation is not really about Craig. It's more so an extended conversation to a conversation we were not initially privy to. Do you know if Hope and Angelica with Hope's initial live, was that what were Hope and Angelica speaking together, or was it just Hope?
It was just Hope.
It was just Hope.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly do feel like there's somewhat of a respectability politics. This seems like more of a par for the course thing. It seems like an extended thing, an extended issue, from what I can tell with Maddie, because she said it before. If you're looking for a certain type of trans woman with a certain type of trans ideal, go to, Courtney, go to Angelica. That's not me.
Yeah.
So now what it seems like is, because I can't unhear it, is that I just have this thought in my head that there may be a little bit of resentment upon Hope's side.
In terms of what?
In terms of, I do think what Maddie said is true. I feel like they think she's not smart enough to do the proper activism that her platform would require her to do. And I do feel like they judge her. I honestly get that feeling that she feels that way. And it seems to me like what it really is, instead of what Craig has said, is more so is, see what this bitch is letting him do. Do you see this? Now, if it was me, it comes across like that. And every time. So I just honestly feel like it's easier to scapegoat on Craig,
right,
with the issue, because he has no, he's older, he has no problem being problematic, something like Funky Dineva, in certain ways. But really, what the issue is, why are you letting him do that? You should have a responsibility, and it's not. And I don't agree, but I think that's what the actual problem is. But it's just more convenient to be mad at Craig.
Yeah, because I mean, like, obviously, if Angelica and Hope believe that Craig is problematic and kind of a nuisance and somewhat dangerous to the overall community, then obviously they would have to inherently have an issue with Maddie.
Exactly. And the reason I know they do is because they will not say her name. Did you notice that? They're going out of their way to, it's not about Maddie. It's not about Maddie. It can't not have nothing to do with her. So you're not being honest. And I understand they're both of them. They don't like, I'm thinking is they just don't want the optics of trans women of color attacking each other. But let's be real, because it's not going to go away. This seems like it is something that they could have kind of talked about, but it's not something they will talk about, because it might be something that maybe Angelica and Hope have talked about. Sans Maddie, for whatever reason. And they've already come to certain conclusions in their minds. And anything Craig does is going to be, see what they're letting this ghetto Cobb County bitch do with her platform. You see that's what is given to me. That's really what is given to me, and it's not fair. It's not fair.
But can I ask you a question? Isn't that a good thing that they're not saying Maddie's name? Like, considering the fact that they are the minority in the community, where, you know what I mean, it seems like they are targeted. Don't you think that's a good thing for them to keep that part of it behind damn scenes?
It ain't good for Craig, because he's windmilling, trying to duck and dodge them attacking him because they don't want to say Maddie's name.
But Craig is the one that I know he can tell. But Craig is the one that's actually stirring the hornet's nest. He's the one poking at it.
I know,
even
but
though Maddie is allowing him.
Don't feel that. I don't feel. I feel like they think she has a responsibility to check him. I think they blame. I do feel that they blame her. I think she feels that they blame her, because I've been listening to you all day, Conscious. I have not seen you play anything where they said anything about TS. So TS got hit with something that made her respond.
Some people were saying that it was Hope's commentary, like when she said she don't watch gag talk because of Craig.
Yeah.
Okay, but I still think Maddie responding, and especially the way she did,
And she went in and
very
even
personal,
further, and she
very
went
personal.
in, and she went in even further and said, I don't care what the hell y'all talk about over there. I don't give a damn what type of conversation is. I would never watch gag talk.
See, yeah, and that does not seem like that's a Craig problem. That seems like that's not mutually exclusive to how she feels about him. It has to involve both of them. They're both on the show. They're just being socially responsible and not throwing accusations and insults at one another. Like I said, Craig is a scapegoat, but that's kind of, he's windmilling for his damn life, and because of all the damn accusations of transphobia and just problematic toxicity and disrespect that's coming from. But I've listened to everybody else, and quite frankly, it is better for him to just respect people, even if he's not willing to engage the way they want, to just respectfully call someone by their name. But that doesn't seem like Hope does not seem to be able to appreciate compliments.
I think it's only because of the level of platform. So I think that's why she's holding him like extra accountable. But to your point, if that's the case,
then you have to have something with
Madison. The whole Madison.
Yes, you have, and they do. They just
because
it's super
I do. I believe
it.
Yeah, I just believe they're being very socially responsible by not mentioning her, but it's out there. Maddie felt hit. They never said Maddie's name, but she felt it. She felt they were talking to her, and she responded.
Because I also believe too, people are also going to get sidetracked and like really just really make it a Madison, Hope, Giselle thing. But I most definitely see your point, because if you actually take it to Hope Giselle's Angelica Ross, their alleged point is that Maddie has a history of putting the wrong people beside her because of Miss My Neck and My Back, and so that's possibly could also play a part. But yeah, I see.
But can I ask a question like she asked? Does the house not make a difference? Does she have to keep apologizing for being associated with Kai as problematic ass for the rest of her career? Does the house
if she's showing a pathology of allowing people that are going to be salacious in a way that's going to be problematic for the community on her platform, yes, absolutely.
So can I ask a question? Do you guys disown your family that say the things that Craig might say? Do you disassociate from friends?
I think that this is the difference, because I want to speak to that. I think the difference, which is why I even said in my earlier live too that I'm not mad at people holding Madison accountable, because I understand why they do that. Because of where she sits and how high she sits and how hyper-visible she is, I understand the people that took on her wig and that expect more from her. And I think the difference, though, between the people...
I'm sorry,
a lot of feedback in their phone. I think it's Kush.
Is it still me? I'm sorry.
Okay, I think it's straight now. I think the difference, though, is that like those relatives that people probably put up with are not famous or semi-famous or are not people being platformed. Those are just, the people in your personal life, which I guess if we're talking about Hope does need to stand on business, because it kind of is no way to tug on Craig's wig without tugging on Maddie's wig as well. So you might as well actually hold them both accountable, because Craig has already acknowledged that his glow up came from Maddie. So literally, there could be no Craig in this context without Maddie. So for Hope to just avoid Maddie and be selective about who she gonna block and then read. And that same energy, because she's standing on business for the culture, she's standing on business for the community, she's standing on business for the collective. She's doing the very same thing that she's accusing other people of doing as well. So I get that. which is, and the only way to have done that without it being a lot of drama or to mitigate the drama would have been for Hope to have called Maddie and said, girl, we need to talk.
And
Cause
she did not do that. And
like,
I think that is intentional.
I feel like some of the shit that y'all doing over there is setting us back, Maddie. It's problematic, Maddie. Your co-host, like, girl, like, yes, you gonna get hit if you allow him to sit there and do the things that he does and da 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 da. But because it wasn't a private conversation and everything was just kind of done impulsively and through live streams and uploads, you know, now
And can I ask, do you remember what Maddie's response was as when she proposed, why could you not call me and do this? It gave to me, because I can't remember who it was, if it was in response to or if it was if she was referring to herself or Hope when she said this, when she said, I'm not calling, or such and such is not calling GLAAD to get my contact, you know, the GLAAD organization to get my contact information, dox me so they can talk to me and call me about this conversation so we can have it in private instead of me just going to social media. That said to me that they've never had the relationship to call one another to air their grievances in private. And to me, I just feel like because they're not addressing it, we all know it's just going to be a matter of time before, the name is going to be said. It's going to give a TGIF. It was like when Funky was not, initially calling out Claudia, he was saying, nothing's wrong. I'm just not working there. Until he directly called out Claudia. She was the problem. And I feel like that's very much at the cusp of where we're at. If they don't have a conversation, it's going to be the two of them with influence, Black trans women attacking each other because they're not speaking to each other. That's just what I'm thinking.
Reckless, I think that you was trying to get up in here too.
Mm-mm.
Is there anything that you want to speak to?
Not right now. I was kind of like multitasking, so I kind of just came back.
Rumors.
I wanted to say that I still feel like with Craig that because speaking to Bud's point when he was saying, he can understand, you know what I mean, like if he made, him saying, he don't want to offend nobody, whatever. It's just for me, it's just the point that he did not ever mention or say he was going to attempt. It was like he's not going to put no effort in, and I just think that that's the backlash of it all. But letting the pendulum swing both ways, I don't think that he when he was saying that he doesn't want to offend anybody, so he's just gonna call them by name. I think because of how he responded to Tamar, that he just like, you know what I'm saying, because of that experience, I think he just doesn't want to have that reciprocated to him, like the karma spin the block on him in that way. If he does not address, and people, by the way, they choose to be called, so he's just going to just call them by their names instead of just calling them by their pronouns or anything. That's what I personally think. I don't think it was really coming from a place of like, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I think he just expects people to respond the way he responded to Tamar if he does not, call them by the correct pronouns. I don't think it really has anything to do with him not wanting to disrespect. But to me, it felt like, okay, that's an easy cop out. You just don't, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to do the work and you don't want to apply. So you're going to take the easy way out and you're going to use the most generic, most effective cop out, because most people say that and like, okay, it's okay. I understand or whatever, but I don't know who it was that said it earlier. I know Hope had said it, but somebody on the panel said it, it's just a way to like avoid doing the work or whatever. But I do think a compromise would be good if it's coming from a genuine place. But I can understand your talking points as well, Conscious, like of not just wanting the headache, because we know there are going to be people that are going to intentionally and deliberately do the polar opposite. They're just not going to accommodate people's wishes and needs. They're just not going to do that. And you do
And there
have
are
to,
also just some people who are just going to respect you. They're not going to do all the extra shaving around. They're just going to simply respect you, and that either can work or not work.
Yeah, but I'm not, because I'm not the people that are genuine about like still holding you as and considering you and treating you like a human. I'm not even speaking for those people because for me, you know what I mean, they're not coming from a malicious place. So you can't, you know what I mean, like I can't fault them. But for the ones that are intentionally doing things, coming from a space of transphobic phobia and homophobia and all those other things, honestly, unfortunately, you have to pick and choose your battles. You just do. Some things it ain't worth the stress of, you know what I'm saying? You said lose your headline, but shit, some of this shit can make you have a stroke, heart attack, and all that. You just really do have to pick your battles. And it's unfortunate. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Yeah. I do get it. I get the humanity of it all. And I get, fighting tooth and nail for people to really put an extra 10 on a love and a light. But yes, I'm wise enough at this age to also know that being reasonable, like the scriptures say, let us come together and reason amongst each other. Like reasoning is significant to community. Community doesn't have to be ideal in order to be well. People just have to be willing to be reasonable. Resources have to be willing to be distributed equally. People have to have reasonable access to their needs. And let's be honest, being called they and them is not a need. Being called by if also you are fine with your name. This is just one of 3 things you can be called and referred to as. So it's okay for a non-binary person to be referred to by their name, or by they, or by them, or by we, or hell, just call them God. Hi, God. Okay? The goddamn Trinity up in this bitch. Period. That works too. But, I think that this is one of those conversations where there is a lot of gray space, and we don't have enough non-binary people in this conversation. We got too many non-binary people in the conversation speaking on the way shit should be. So we need to hear from non-binary person. As somebody who apparently is binary or non-binary, I'm saying, look, it's okay to refer to the SCTV. I don't have a problem with that. But really, and I guess I'm not non-binary, because if non-binariness is defined by what pronouns you go by, I'm a person who don't mind pronouns, period. So I'm fine with she, I'm fine with her, I'm fine with he, I'm fine with him, I'm fine with we, I'm fine with bitch, the baddest bitch, I'm fine with all the descriptions. Okay?
Conscious, why do you think Hope, considering the fact that Hope said her non-binary friends contacted her, and the reason why they did not speak out is because they didn't have a platform big enough, that it was going to get the attention. Why do
I'm
you
not
think
going to say that didn't happen, but what I'm also
No,
going
no,
to
I was
say
going to ask you, why don't you think she
no.
didn't
I
provide
was just
her
going to say that.
platform?
I'm not saying that. Huh?
I was going to ask you, why don't you think she did not then, because today was the second time she addressed this. Why you think she did not allow them to invite them to her platform to have the conversation, allow them the space to talk and speak for themselves?
Well, that's what I was about to say. I mean, if that's the case, obviously the next logical thing would have been to do, in order to validate your point, would have been to bring non-binary people on if you have direct access to them, because your platform would be a space big enough to.
Can somebody mute, please?
Because I don't believe that.
It's a lot of feedback again.
I think it's definitely a Kush phone.
Damn it.
Yes, we can hear you. It's a lot of feedback in your phone too.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't believe that happened. I just think that's something that Hope was saying, just because she wanted to get her point off. That's what I think.
Yeah, it is kind of given that. But, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt, because, I haven't known Hope to be a liar, but it does seem that the next logical thing would have been to bring those non-binary people on to speak. That's, how you get up in this. But non-binary people should take this opportunity to kind of speak and to tap into the conversation for sure. And once again, I don't think there's anything wrong on either side, but it is interesting that everybody's dancing around Maddie. And
Thank you.
Maddie has said that she's not above reproach. So,
Right.
you know, I think it's not about calling Maddie out. It's about how, you know, she, you know, just call her out like she is your sister. Don't call her out like a bitch on the street when y'all got a relationship. But she has said she's not above a reproach. She's also open to learning. She wants to learn. And so why her sisters didn't take up opportunity to do that and to call her is what's making some people believe that this is fueled by envy and jealousy. I don't believe this is about envy and jealousy. I think somebody in the comments said that people are just jealous that Craig and Maddie's podcast is getting traction. I actually think that that's what's creating some of the tension, is because people like Hope, who is very passionate about what she does, is afraid that people like Craig are going to get an opportunity that he doesn't deserve to be in, because his politics, in her opinion, are not completely up to par. And it's frustrating to watch, you know, people just be able to speak to certain things who are not self-identified activists, but you yourself are doing this work and you're champion behind these causes, and you're watching other people get to influence the masses, and the people who are doing that aren't even completely and utterly qualified to do that. And that can be annoying, but I don't think that's about jealousy more so than it is just like disappointment, because oftentimes this is what happens again and again and again and again and again, is that the people who we should be pedestalized and the people who should have the spotlight on them oftentimes stay at the grassroots, while some of the goofballs like Craig, you know, I'm speaking from Hope's perspective, more than likely get to float, you know, are floating to the top and then get to continue to spew they shit and be lazy and irresponsible on the microphone, and that messaging is going out into a system of people who already don't want to understand any of us.
Conscious.
And that pisses people like her off. Yes.
I need to know what video that was where you read Craig down. I've been trying to find that video forever. It was such a precise checklist, and it had my stomach hurting, and I can't find it. And I need
that might have been an
it.
episode of Tea on Top of Tea when the whole Tamar Craig thing happened.
Yes, I think so. I just saw that part, and I've been looking for it forever. I need to find that read. I need to listen to it again.
It's definitely type on, like when you go to my channel and you get to the search engine, just type in Tea on Top of Tea and then type in like T.S. Madison, because I think T.S. Madison name is in the title of that.
Okay. Okay.
That'll be it.
That has been racking my brain. Thank you.
Look, and I'm not the biggest fan, but you know.
No, I know it's no shade, but it listen, that read, I need to hear it again. So it's no disrespect to Craig. I like Craig. I like him. He's all right.
Yeah.
But you know.
So, okay, so I mean, are y'all hopeful now that there's going to be? Because I don't see the recovery happening anytime.
No, not until they address the real problem.
It's
gonna have to happen. It's gonna have to happen.
I think
they're talking around everything.
I think once Hope and Maddie have that conversation behind the scenes about what the real issue is, you got this ignorant asshole right next to you. And Madison, I love you dearly, but you've done this before with Kaya. Miss my neck and my back. And I understand that you are getting to new heights in this your podcast. I love you, but this podcast can be problematic. And I'm explaining my side, you explain your side, and we go about it the way we go about it. Until then, they probably not gonna get to. Because I'm be honest with you, I don't think even before this, I don't believe that Hope really like Craig. To be honest with you,
of course,
because they got into it before in the past and stuff, and I don't know if they ever like fully recovered or was.
So what did they get into it about?
It was like something where it was like apparently it was a misunderstanding where they had a segment on a show, and apparently there was a trans topic that came up, but from what it was explained, that Craig did not know that they were going to talk about that, but I guess that topic just came to the forefront or whatever, so they were going to talk about it, and Hope just didn't appreciate that at the moment when they asked Craig what did he think about it, he was like, "Oh, I didn't come here to talk about that." Something like that. It was like
I think I remember that.
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the one I was talking
even
about.
with stuff like that, but like even with stuff like that, some can argue is like it's a lot of things you guys don't come here to talk about, but you guys talk about all the time. And
Right.
even when girl, I'm done.
Bubs.
No, I was just gonna piggyback off of what Reckless said. I remember that live because that's when I think Hope said something, like I said, in a generalizing way, and included Craig into it, and that's when Craig kind of popped off. Kind of started going off on Hope, and Hope kind of, like I said, had to sit there and really eat it. So yeah, that's the life that Reckless was talking about.
So here's, I mean, to the argument that, you know, I mean, I don't think that Hope is jealous, but we do have to take and examine the reason why we always have to supplement leadership by turning our celebrities into politicians and civil rights leaders. And it's because there can be something said about the community pedestalizing, I'm not going to say the wrong people, but not the qualified people either. But I know Maddie doesn't also look at gag talk as a completely politically driven segment. This is an entertainment segment. So it's meant to be kind of taken in that vein. And, you know, but this is such an interesting, it's just such an interesting dichotomy here because, you know, I also understand the hopes of the world who just like, look, entertainment or not, when we get to this conversation, can we do better? Can we do better? Like, you know, it looks weird because we are the people. We are the people. It looks weird when we not mastering in us. It looks weird when we are not conscious and mindful because there's no way to slice a trans woman without slicing a same gender loving man. There's no way to slice a non-binary person without slicing the same gender loving woman. Like, we're all tethered together. So whether we understand or not, can we get fucking educated? Can we get a fucking understanding? Because we're literally lumped into this shit like bubblegum together. Like, there is no separation of church and state, bitch. Like, it's all one when it comes to us. So we can't afford to not know, and we can't afford to speak this way because it once again communicates that, you know, the dominant society also has the right to just not give a fuck and trivialize the plight of non-binary folk. Now, that may not have been what Craig was per se doing or meant as well, but, you know, even just if you just take Craig out of it and just isolate Hope's talking points, I can see the meat. And if I take Hope out of it and just deal with what Craig is saying about just sometimes the solution is in the middle, I can also appreciate that. But we got to get up out of here, y'all. We done been here for 4 fucking hours. This has been very interesting. Anybody have any parting words before me and Bubs close out the show?
No, I'm going to say good morning, good night. Always a good time with you all. Enjoy the conversation. Love y'all.
Love you too, boo.
Love you too.
Reckless.
Bye.
I hope.
I'm screaming.
I'm ready to get to some damn dick. A Kush. Any parting words? You probably trying to find a damn episode, child.
Okay.
and Nisha or Nisha.
Yeah. No, I was waiting for you to get to me. Yeah, I was gonna start off and talk about your hair, but I'm like, let me make my point first. Yes, I heard you. It is given Janet Jackson Rhythm Nation. It is, but you know what I was thinking of is
Uh-huh.
you know that I don't know that song she was in. Her hair was like that, and she had that vest on.
Yeah, it was that song with J. Cole. I think it was No Sleep. I think.
No, it was an older song. Like around the
Oh,
time when she was singing like anytime, any place.
you got like
She
if I was your girl, all the things I do to you.
Yeah, I think that was the song. She either way, I think Kim Kardashian
That's
or
the way
what.
love goes. Yeah, that's when she was.
Yeah, during the time I think it was in the 2000s. She had the vest on and she had her hair pushed up front. Yes, it's definitely given like the vibe, like you use like an 80s crinkler and you was in the mirror.
I taught her everything she knows.
Yeah, it really looks like you just went 80s crinkler and just hooked it up. I don't even know how all that came to be, but it's hidden. It's hidden, and I'm digging it. I'm
We were
digging the
born.
vibe.
I was born gay. That's all my superpowers.
I cannot pull off fluffy hair. If I walked out the house with that hair, I would have an afro before I even get to the car. And it don't matter what type of weave I got. I promise you. I don't know how you hold it together, but I don't know if you in a vacuum sealed room or or you just bought you $1,000 weave on each part of your head. I don't know how it's working. I don't, because I be looking for that type of hair, and it does not work out for me. It does not. So however you hold it up,
curly hair. If you buy curly hair will stay curly.
It don't stay curly on me. I promise you. The moment I take a brush to it, it's over. I don't know where you go, but you hold it.
Why are you taking a brush to curly hair?
No, I mean, well, you gotta brush it out eventually, And I'm just saying, whatever you doing to keep it up, it's working. And I'm just saying that it does not work for everybody. I avoid it with the hot
hair.
No, you are doing something. I don't know what you're doing. Now you have to give up your secrets. You got a secret.
It's just if you gotta take care of each texture.
Okay, all right. Keep your secrets. Keep your secrets.
I'll do tutorials.
Right. We know you be behind the scenes with Beyonce Sacred. We whatever. All right, you keep your secrets, okay? You ain't got to tell us that you use a Sierra or Beyonce, and so you ain't got to endorse nobody. Either way, I'm just glad I caught up with you tonight, and I'm up out of here. You and your fancy hair insulted me. I love it. I hate it.
Bye, boo. That was Nasha, y'all. And then there was Tugra. The Bobs.
What's going on?
This was riveting.
Yes, it was very, very good.
I was not expecting to have to kind of like play devil's advocate a little bit with Craig, the mistress. So I hope she remembers that, I threw her half of a lifeline before.
Yes,
I tell people,
that's the point. So
I tell people I can be very non-biased. Like I'm like I'm very compartmentalized when it comes to people. It's like I can personally not fuck with you and not really care for you, but like if we're talking about a specific thing, I can like hone in on that specific thing and not allow all the other shit to like intrude upon my perspective. So yeah, but that kush was taking you out, honey. You was about to pass out on the microwave. I saw you leaning into the left. I saw you leaning to the left, baby. I saw you squiggling in the chair, baby. Them buns.
I'm listening to people. I don't know if it's ADHD or what, but when I listen to people, I have to kind of move and kind of, it's kind of like when you driving and you looking for a damn address, you got to turn the music down. I don't know how that works, but that shit works. So it's kind of like that. It kind of just, internalize everything.
Thank you, baby Bubba. Hi, y'all. Yes, Darren says the tight girls, honey. Okay, Joshua says the above you remind me of Yardie Styles.
Oh Lord, not that nigga who impales people.
Is that the athlete? Is Yardie Styles athlete?
No, if you fucking with Yardie Styles, you're gonna have to be a damn athlete. I'll tell you that much.
Let me see. I looked him up.
Type in Yardie Styles on Google and
see so who is he?
You gonna find out. Go ahead.
I'm looking at it, but it ain't telling me. I mean, I don't see a marker. Who is it?
Type images or videos. See what pops up.
That's what I'm. What do you think I'm looking at?
Oh,
looking at.
He's an adult entertainer that has a baby on.
I must got my safety feature on. That's why. Cause I ain't. Do you look like him? I don't get it. Yardie Styles.
I don't know either.
let me put in corn. I already saw corn.
He scares me.
Oh no, it's off. So, oh, is he a
I'm a
straight?
damn top and
Is
he
he a
scares me, huh?
straight? Is he a straight corn star?
I think he. I really don't know. He might be bisexual. I believe.
Okay, I can see why they're saying
Again,
that from the hair and the I guess kind of giving like that Roman statuous masculine look. All the things that I want to fluff his fucking ego. Love when y'all think of him as daddy. Okay.
bitch, you just sat here and got complimented on being Janet Jackson's body double and shit like that. I can't get them saying something a little bit. Damn.
I ain't saying nothing wrong with it. I'm just letting them know to keep on making you feel real good. Real good. Honey, make them feel real good.
I'm screaming.
Make them feel real good, girl.
But I enjoy y'all. Y'all is cool. I love the Conscious Crew. Y'all is amazing.
Yes. Bubs. You guys. Bubs the God literally is his YouTube channel and his Instagram platform. Please follow. We're trying to get Bubs to. Why you didn't put your shit throughout the chat, girl? You don't be.
I'd be so engaged in the present moment of the conversation. I just be listening.
Let me put your damn channel, girl, in the chat, y'all. We need to get Bubs to 1,000 subscribers, y'all. He's less than 150 away. He's less than 150 away. I'm going to put
wait, bitch, what? Hold on, what?
Ain't you at like 80, 40, 80, 60 some subscribers?
Oh, wow, I'm at 874 now. Okay, I didn't know that.
You less than 150 subscribers away from your 1K. So yeah, I'm gonna put his chat in. Subscribe to Bubs, girl, so he can get monetized and be making his coin over there.
But I also do dope content. I'm gonna be showcasing a little bit of that on this platform.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sunky Angel also subscribe to the Bubs. A sub for the Bubs.
Donald Trump gotta go, bitch. Come on, here is my president.
Ain't gone. Bubs on Cash Apps, but just how it is here. Conscious on Cash Apps, but just how it is. Thank you to all of the contributors and donators. Bubs, anything that you want to say before we get up out of her?
No, I mean, just overall, love yourself. Love yourself. Everything that we talked about tonight was expressions. I'm glad how we were able to get down into the psychological aspects. We went through assumptions and everything surface level, but I'm glad that we were able to kind of delve a little bit deeper. So these are just the expressions of brokenness, of trauma, and we all have that. So I think that if we were to learn to love ourselves a little bit more, maybe we'll be able to put that into the world more and, actually transmute these situations into something that is fruitful and life-giving and productive, okay? No matter what happens in your life, no matter what's taken away from you, if you can love yourself, you will be given the awareness to find something that is equal to or greater than what it is that you lost. So, again, I appreciate T.S. Madison, Craig, Hope, Giselle, Angelica for sharing their perspectives and being raw and honest in how they feel. Hopefully, they'll be able to transmute the situation into something beneficial. And yeah, shout out to the Conscious Crew for always bringing that heat and making this experience enjoyable and educational, because y'all already know, I know a place where you definitely can recharge your soul.
Yes.
Okay? And he might see your booty hole.
For my man that's inside of me.
Lord.
Yes. So he always gets his recharge at. We love you guys, and we will see y'all later. Bye.
Peace.